Everybody, thank you so much for your patience. Before we call this meeting to order, I would like to read the city's land acknowledgement. The West Hollywood City Council acknowledges that the land on which we gather, and that is currently known as the City of West Hollywood, is the occupied, unceded, seized territory of the Gabrielino Tongva and the Gabrielino Quiche peoples. I'm calling the November 17th, 2025 City Council meeting to order. It is 6:10 p.m. We do not have anyone to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight. The rain took away our young person from joining us tonight. So we'll go ahead and ask everyone to rise if you're able and join us in the pledge.
Wash them away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. City Clerk, may we please have a roll call?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Councilmember Erickson.
Present.
Councilmember Hang.
Present.
Councilmember Meister.
Here.
Vice Mayor Heilman.
Here.
Mayor Byers.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. We'll turn it to our city attorney for a report of the closed session agenda.
Yes, good evening. The City Council convened a special closed session tonight at 5 p.m. There were no members of the public here to speak on the closed session agenda. The council discussed the one item of business listed on the posted agenda and concluded at 6 p.m. That concludes my report.
Thank you. We'll now look to an approval of the agenda. First, if there are any changes from staff.
No, there are no changes from staff, Mayor.
All right, let's see what my colleagues are interested in changing. Councilmember Erickson, we'll start with you.
Is there, this is mine, so I apologize, the Native Plant Landscape Program?
I have questions and comments.
Okay,
Sure.
so we'll keep it.
I'll skip the other one. The F1, the status of the initiatives to reform the approval and permitting processes?
You're good with moving that to
Yeah,
consent?
it's just a receipt.
Yeah, it's a
and
receive and
update.
file. Do we have E3 on major development projects?
I can comment during my comments.
Okay. Is there any motion, appetite for E2, the organizational priorities update?
I think we should discuss
Okay.
that.
And then that looks like all it is, unless someone else wants to move another one.
No other recommendation for changes? Okay, so
Are there speakers on, I'm sorry, are there speakers on E4, the bid protest?
No, we don't have any speakers, but we can't move it to consent. If we get to the item and the council hears our brief staff report and we still don't, we can just move ahead with the motion.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
terrific. Okay, seeing no other proposed changes, I believe then we've moved item F1 and E3 to consent. We have a motion to adopt the amended agenda. Okay,
And the motion passes 5-0.
thank you. Can my colleagues review the agenda and report any Levine Act disclosures you may have?
I don't have any.
Seeing, okay, none tonight. Thank you all. Then we'll move into adjournment motions. Do any of my colleagues have any adjournment motions this evening?
I do.
Councilmember Hang, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Colleagues, I'd like to request that we adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of all those who have passed away from AIDS and AIDS-related complications. Their lives, their stories, and their impact continue to shape our community, even in their absence. With the opening of Stories, the AIDS monument here in West Hollywood, we are reminded that their memory is not just preserved, it is honored, spoken, and carried forward. This monument stands as a living tribute to the people we lost and to the generations who fought, organized, cared for one another, and demanded that the world pay attention. I encourage everyone in our community to visit the AIDS monument, to reflect on the lives memorialized there, and to engage with this space as a place of remembrance, healing, and education. It is a powerful reminder of both our history and our ongoing responsibility to fight stigma, support those living with HIV, and work toward a future free of this disease. Tonight, I request that we adjourn this meeting in their memory with respect, with gratitude, and with a continued commitment to honoring their legacy. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Hang. Are there other adjournment requests? Seeing none, I will move into my own. I'd like to request that we adjourn tonight's meeting in honor and memory of Tanya Perry. On the evening of November 3rd, Tanya Perry was on her scheduled layover in Eagle Rock when she was struck by a motorist while crossing the street. The driver fled the scene. Emergency personnel responded immediately. However, her injuries were fatal. Los Angeles Police Department is leading that investigation. A resident of Inglewood, Ms. Perry joined Metro in 2023 and quickly became known throughout Division 7 here in West Hollywood for her warmth, professionalism, and the care she brought to her work each and every day. She served tens of thousands of customers on some of our busiest bus lines and was beloved by her colleagues. She lit up the division with her smile and the sweet potato cupcakes she shared with her team. Ms. Perry is survived by her 3 children, her mother, and her brother, who is also a Metro employee. We extend our deepest condolences to her family and all who knew and loved her as they navigate this unimaginable loss. Thank you. We'll move on to tonight's presentations. First, we have a presentation from Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. And I am really excited to present this proclamation to some dear friends and an organization and a group I love going to constantly, but are quite the scene here in the Los Angeles community. I am going to be recognizing the Poetry Brothel. Yes, you heard that right, poetry and brothel at the same time. Check it out. But I want to make sure people are aware that this is an immersive literary cabaret that fuses poetry, activism, vaudeville, burlesque, live music, and art. Kind of sounds like the Sunset Strip. And whereas since its founding in 2007 with a goal of fostering intimacy, urgency, and escalation within the New York poetry community, the Poetry Brothel has expanded into a global artistic movement with productions in cities across the United States, including a long history in the greater Los Angeles area and around the world. And whereas the Poetry Brothel promotes a culture of radical inclusion and creative exploration, actively supporting underrepresented artists and offering a platform for all creatives who share their work, and whereas advocacy for sex workers is central to the Poetry Brothel's mission, demonstrated through its commitment to hiring and elevating current and former sex workers, partnering with sex worker-led organizations, and educating audiences on issues of consent and the lived experiences of sex workers. And whereas the City of West Hollywood hereby recognizes the significant cultural contributions of the Poetry Brothel, both nationally and within the greater Los Angeles region, and we will get you in West Hollywood one of these days, whether as much as we can get you there, and where their bold artistic vision and inclusive programming continue to enrich the creative landscape. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the City Council of the City of West Hollywood hereby recognizes the Poetry Brothel for its innovative artistic leadership and its ongoing commitment to fostering safe, empowering, and inclusive creative spaces. And tonight, I'm really happy that we are honored to be joined by various representatives, all people I consider friends, Vesta, Renata, Victoria, and Bernadette. Please come on down and accept this proclamation on behalf of the City of West Hollywood.
Thank you so much for this honor. On behalf of our beloved Poetry Brothel, I am deeply grateful. You know, a lot of people think poetry is boring and hard to understand or reserved for the elite, and you know, honestly, they're not wrong. Poetry can feel locked behind glass, like something you have to study, not something you can touch. And our mission has always been to crack that glass and to make poetry fun, relevant, and yeah, sexy. We believe art should meet people where they are, so we bring poetry back to its roots: immersion, intimacy, and connection. And at a time when rights are being taken away, when queer and trans communities are under attack, and when loneliness has become a full-blown epidemic, these kinds of immersive, communal, face-to-face artistic experiences aren't a luxury. They're necessary for human survival. People need touch, they need to be witnessed, they need to feel seen, and poetry can do that if we can bring it close enough. When you step into our realm, you don't sit quietly in a stiff chair and wait for a poet to finish reading at you. You step into a decadent, impossible to explain space. You wander, you flirt, you choose. And in these one-on-one intimate readings, something real happens. Poetry becomes a conversation, a moment, a shared heartbeat, and accessibility becomes intimacy, and intimacy becomes healing. Since we first planted deep roots in Los Angeles in 2010, we've raised awareness for sex workers, the arts, and put over $300,000 directly into the hands of local artists, musicians, dancers, performers, and of course, our poets. We're proud to support sex workers and the LGBTQIA+ community by creating a space where identity, expression, and art can flourish without apology. And I really thank you guys for recognizing this work and for believing that poetry deserves to live in the streets, salons, speakeasies, and in the bodies of the people who need it most. And I'll leave you with this quote from Oscar Wilde, who I think said it best, that art is the most intense mode of individualism the world has known. And we're honored to bring that individualism, wild, queer, messy, and gorgeous, directly to the people. So with so much gratitude, thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you. So wonderful to get to know you this way. Next, we'll have a recognition of World Day of Remembrance for Victims of Traffic Violence. Tonight, I would like to bring light to this Day of Remembrance, which takes place every year all around the world and took place yesterday. November 16th is globally observed as the World Day of Remembrance for road traffic victims, a day established to honor those who have lost their lives or who have been injured in traffic crashes, to acknowledge the suffering of families, and to call for action to prevent future tragedies. The United Nations and the World Health Organization support this day as the appropriate acknowledgement for victims and encourage governments and communities to use it as a platform to promote road safety, victim support, and meaningful policy change. Streets Are for Everyone, otherwise known as SAFE, is a nonprofit advocacy organization dedicated to ending traffic violence through community mobilization, public education, and policy reform, working in partnership with survivors, families, and civic agencies to transform streets into safer places for all. SAFE organizes memorials and awareness events on this day, including the powerful 711 Empty Chairs installation in Los Angeles, which visually represents lives lost to traffic violence and offers a space for reflection, healing, and collective resolve. If you haven't seen it, there are pictures online of this action that took place yesterday in the midst of a rainy day in downtown Los Angeles, and it was truly, truly moving and incredible and overwhelming when you think about what those 711 chairs truly represent. The City of West Hollywood has prioritized traffic safety as a core component of community well-being, implementing evidence-based strategies such as street calming measures, enhanced crosswalks, pedestrian-first design standards, bicycle and mobility infrastructure, and data-driven enforcement efforts to reduce collisions and save lives. The city continues to advance a Vision Zero aligned approach through investment in improved lighting, accessible curb design, high visibility signage, neighborhood slow street programs, and partnerships with regional agencies and community organizations, including SAFE, to foster safer mobility for all. So now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council and the City of West Hollywood hereby recognize Streets Are for Everyone for its leadership in traffic violence prevention, its compassionate support for victims and families, and its continued commitment to building safer streets for all road users throughout the greater Los Angeles region. And as a special note, we really, truly are grateful for the work that you did as an organization to help support one specific high visibility accident death that happened in this city with Blake Ackerman and the Ghost Bike Memorial that Streets Are For Everyone helped coordinate and bring great visibility to. We're so grateful for you. So at this time, I would like to invite representatives from SAFE to come up to this dais to accept the proclamation from the city, take a photo with us, and share a few words. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mayor Byers and the rest of the council. I'm truly honored to accept this proclamation on behalf of Streets Are For Everyone. We've been celebrating World Day of Remembrance for the past few years, and it's always important to recognize the traffic deaths that have been occurring throughout LA County. They continue to be just an incredibly tragic occurrence that happens year after year, and it's important that we continue to fight and recognize the importance to have safe streets that our walkers, our drivers, our rollers, and everybody can travel through. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Tonight, we'll move into public comment. The City Council values your comments. However, pursuant to the Brown Act, the Council cannot take action on items not listed on the posted agenda. The public comment period is limited to 20 minutes with 2 minutes allotted for each speaker. This public comment period is to address the City Council on consent calendar items, other agenda items if the member of the public cannot be present at the time the item is considered, or items of general interest within the jurisdiction of the City Council. Another period is also reserved for general comment later in the meeting for those that could not be heard at this time. Public hearing testimony will only be taken at the time of the hearing. City Clerk, how many speakers do we have on Chambers and in Zoom?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 5 individuals in Chambers and 1 individual in Zoom.
Okay, and the Zoom speakers signed up for general public comment. Why don't we go there first this time, and then we'll come back to Chambers.
Okay.
So I don't forget.
Our first speaker in Zoom for public comment is Adam Darvish. Adam, you'll have 2 minutes.
Yes, good evening, council and staff. I hope you can hear me. I'm recovering from a cold. I tried to make it short. I'm calling about tonight about unhoused or homeless population that I've spoken about in the past. It's just getting worse. I know you have it on the agenda tonight. You need to know as residents and our visitors population in the city where the city stands and what the policy is to address this chronic issue that has been going on and getting worse. I don't think the holiday interim housing initiative would even touch the surface. And as you know, the incidence with homeless population with behavioral health has increased. I myself have experienced in the past, and just over the weekend at 3 a.m. my Ring camera went off, and sure enough, I get up and get out of bed, look at the video, and the unhoused person, the big cart that rolled into the alley behind my house. And at that point, the sheriff's station response was very nice, but that doesn't really solve the repeating incidents that happen over and over again. So again, I beg you as council members and mayor and vice mayor to come up with a solution that's good for all, for the homeless population and for the residents, for our safety and quality of life. And that's it. Thank you, and happy Thanksgiving in advance, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. We'll come back to council chambers now, starting with, and apologies if I'm saying this incorrectly, Zenos Mason, followed by Gabby Rojas, followed by Mike Nuttall. You don't have to run.
Sorry, I was expecting this later in the agenda. I'll try to just make a quick comment. This is in particular in regards to the builder's remedy projects, which there are only 5 on this updated list. My issue and my concern is that I think in 2024 the council suggested to the attorney's office to pursue whatever legal means possible or give an update on the legal remedies that could be made to circumvent the builder's remedy because the city was in substantive compliance with the HAA during that brief period. And if that's been done, I don't think there's been much public update, and it isn't in the spreadsheet. So if that's ongoing, I think it would be a good thing for us to be aware of, maybe on the website or these materials. And I also think that the community stands in almost universal opposition, especially to the projects on Westbourne and Huntley. And I think if there's developers here, they need to know that the community is going to oppose that and to encourage the council to do the same. So thank you.
Gabby Rojas, followed by Mike Nuttall, followed by Daniel St. Hilaire.
Hi, folks. Good evening. I just wanted to come up here and thank you again for funding Novemberfest, the Sober Drag Bingo event. The event was this past weekend and it was a huge success. Shout out to Mayor Byers and council members Erickson and Hang for stopping by and saying a few words. It really did mean a lot to have you there. And we absolutely can't wait to do it again for Boom 2026, an evening in Oz, which is going to be the Sober New Year's Eve party. And in general, just thank you for continuing to be champions for Sober Third Spaces here in West Hollywood. We definitely need them. So yeah, thank you guys. Have a great night.
Thank you. Mike Nuttall, followed by Daniel St. Hilaire, followed by Kelly Pilarski.
Since Thanksgiving is right around the corner, and this is the season we give thanks, let me start today. I'm thankful for a progressive city that cares and listens to its residents of this great city. I'm thankful for a dog-friendly city and also cats. I see you, Councilmember Heng. I am thankful for the HIV and AIDS advocacy and our civil rights advocacy. I'm thankful for a city that honors our drag and has a drag laureate, Pickle. I am thankful for a city that hosts Drag Story Hour. I am thankful to see our elected leaders out advocating for our shared values. I am thankful to see our community stand up to ICE and demand justice for those terrorized by such an injustice. I'm thankful to see a city that welcomes everyone, especially the weirdos, because I learned at the city's birthday celebration, our city was founded on weird. I'm thankful for a city manager and city leaders that are approachable, who listen to our concerns, and care about the people in our amazing city. I'm thankful for a city that hosts gay pride and shows the world we love everyone. I'm thankful for West Hollywood for having the first openly gay majority governing body. I'm thankful for City Council member Meister's love of dogs and to bring up issues that I have not thought about and challenging me. I'm thankful for Vice Mayor Heilman's lifetime of service on our council and for donating so much of your time and energy to our city. I'm thankful for our mayor for her kindness and for bringing people together in a world that is so divisive. I'm thankful for Councilmember Erickson's sassiness and for making a difference in the world, and I wish you the best in your Senate run. Make us proud. I'm thankful for Councilmember Hang's passion and strong support of hardworking individuals and support of unions. You're making the world better for many. I'm thankful for my good friend, Wendy Goldman, for her advocacy and strong public support. And I'm thankful for a city that embodies a slogan that means so much to me: kindness is free.
Thank you. Daniel St. Hilaire, followed by Kelly Pilarski. And I believe Kelly will be our last speaker unless you intended to sign up.
Good evening. Before settling in WeHo, I lived in the dense vertical cities of Boston and Manhattan. I love those places, but when it came time to buy a home, I chose West Hollywood, specifically because of its zoning and the character that flows from it. I invested in a neighborhood of quiet, human-scale streets, walkable blocks, and a sense of space. I understand that some members of this council may disagree with R1 zoning in principle, but thoughtful cities can and do expand housing while still preserving areas of low-density character. These goals are not mutually exclusive. Even if you believe R1 zoning is outdated, your role is not just to advance a personal ideology. It's to represent a diverse community and to balance competing needs. As the ZIP program moves forward, I urge caution against a one-size-fits-all approach to upzoning. Many of us bought our homes based on long-standing zoning that offered predictability and stability. To take away those expectations now, after people have made their largest financial and emotional investments, would be deeply destabilizing. We have an incredible opportunity to better leverage the city's vibrant commercial corridors. Sunset, Santa Monica, La Cienega, Beverly, the Melrose Triangle. These areas are already built to accommodate greater height, density, and infrastructure. Can the city's housing goals truly not be met by concentrating density on commercial corridors without blanketed upzoning? Residents of single-family neighborhoods are a vital part of this city's fabric. We are families, seniors, long-term renters, and homeowners. As the city moves forward, I hope the council will work with, not around, all the residents who call WeHo home. Thank you.
Kelly Pilarski, I believe, is our last speaker for public comment.
Thank you. Thank you, council members. Thank you, Mayor Byers. I wanted to speak as resident tonight of West Hollywood. Thank you to the city for acknowledging SAFE and the Day of Remembrance for Traffic Violence. The road rage I've experienced and heard from neighbors over this past year alone is truly frightening, and it doesn't need to be the norm. Thank you for honoring the lives lost and forever changed on our public streets. People who simply tried to get to school, to work, or back home, Ms. Perry and Blake Ackerman, to just name two. Their absence leaves a permanent imprint on families and the fabric of our community. Traffic violence is not inevitable. It's a predictable result of choices about street design, speed management, enforcement priorities, and where we allocate resources. Yesterday, after I was crossing the street from the AIDS Stories event to the monument, someone going way too fast crashed directly into the car that was slowing down for me in the pedestrian crosswalk and almost jumped the sidewalk and hit someone walking their dog. In the past year alone, our commissions have seen a growing number of agenda items and public comments involving near misses, serious injuries, fatal crashes. We've heard from residents, we've heard from cyclists, we've heard from families. We should not have to continue this. We have the tools to save lives. We can commit to slower streets. We can commit to designing corridors that prioritize human life. We can coordinate more closely across commissions to ensure traffic safety issues don't fall through the cracks. Thank you very much, and I hope we can come together in the near future.
Seeing no other members of the public signed up to speak, thank you all so much for coming out tonight. I'll turn it over to our city manager for his report.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and community members. I have a few announcements and a brief presentation. Thank you to all the public who came up and made public comment this evening. Regarding the builder's remedies comments from Mr. Mason, our community development team is actually going to do a brief presentation now. We aren't able to provide an update on the builder's remedies projects specifically, but after the presentation, if you can talk with Nick Marisich, our community development director, and Jennifer Alkire, they can provide more information. So for a few announcements. The city is looking forward to hosting the annual West Hollywood Day and State of the Community celebration on Monday, November 24th at 6 p.m. in the Aquatics and Recreation Center at West Hollywood Park. Please join us as we celebrate 41 years of cityhood. The theme for this year's event is One City, Many Stories. We will use this opportunity to highlight various projects focused on preserving and celebrating the city's history of our city and our community, showcasing how these stories are integral to the identity of West Hollywood today. For more information about the event and to RSVP, please visit the city's calendar at www.weho.org. Community members have recently observed an increase in coyote sightings in West Hollywood. While coyotes are typically reclusive, some have become accustomed to finding food in neighborhoods, leading to more frequent encounters in streets, parks, and yards. To promote safety and awareness, the city hosted a coyote management and coexistence virtual meeting late last year with the LA County Department of Agriculture and the city's Neighborhood and Business Safety Division. The meeting was recorded and is now available on WehoTV at the city's website. It provides information about coyote behavior and how to respond safely to sightings. Community members are encouraged to watch the video and review the city's coyote management and coexistence plan. Visit the city's website at go.weho.org/coyotes for more information. The city will continue to work with county agencies to monitor coyote activity and support community education in West Hollywood for safe coexistence. We invite all community members to participate in the upcoming free active shooter response training on Saturday, December 6th at 10 a.m. in the City Council chambers. This important training will provide practical guidance to help stay safe and prepared in the event of an emergency. For more details, please contact the Public Safety Division at safety@weho.org. And as part of tonight's agenda, item E2, the City Council will receive an update on the organizational priorities discussion with the Finance and Budget Subcommittee. One of the recommendations from the subcommittee was to receive regular department updates during the city manager's report at the council meeting, so the community has a better understanding of progress towards various council initiatives and work plan items. Tonight will be the first of such reports from the Community Development Department. Based on the discussion during item E2, we will determine if these reports will continue at future meetings. This will be a very high-level update of some of the department's work plan items, because we cannot get into a detailed discussion regarding non-agendized items. The department team is limited to answering clarifying questions about the information presented to avoid any confusion. So joining us at the staff table is Community Development Director Nick Marisic and Assistant Community Development Director Jennifer Alkire, along with the Community Development Management team, who will provide a brief overview.
Thank you, David. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and community. As David said, Nick Marisic, Community Development Director, Jennifer Alkire, our Assistant Director, and our team here managing the Community Development Department in the front row. I have about a 13-minute presentation for you. We have a lot to cover, so I'll just dive right in. The Community Development Department's mission is to manage the city's urban environment and create a livable community that balances the needs of residents, businesses, property owners, and visitors. And to carry out this mission, we have 4 divisions with 38 budgeted positions. And that includes our building and safety team, current and historic preservation planning, long-range planning, and administration. As part of our core functions of administering the zoning ordinance and the building code, and the review and permitting functions required by those ordinances, we operate a public counter on the 2nd floor of City Hall, where we are open for in-person service 48 hours of every week, with over 1,200 visitors being served at that counter in the 3rd quarter of this year. That's about 400 visitors per month. The vast majority of in-person visitors are served with minimal wait time, and we consistently achieve our budget goal of maintaining an average wait time of 10 minutes or less. We also provide virtual services to many more constituents through phone and email, and we offer both in-person and virtual appointments as well. Also, just over a year ago, the city launched a new permit portal, which allows customers to submit applications and check the status online 24/7 from the comfort of their home or business. I'll touch on each of the divisions and a little bit about their work. So with our building and safety team, as you know, the core functions are our plan check, permitting, and inspection services. Plan check is an interdepartmental and interagency function, and building and safety staff serve as the gatekeeper for the intake of applications and the routing of plans to all of the reviewers in other departments and verifying that outside agency approvals have been obtained. This can include as many as 21 different entities for a single building permit. City reviewers can include our colleagues in engineering, rent stabilization, code, just to name a few. Examples of external agencies that are involved in our reviews are LA County Fire, Southern California Edison, and other utilities. Building and safety's role in that, in addition to being the gatekeeper, specifically administer and enforce the building code in the review of projects. So once all of the internal and external reviewers have signed off on plans, building and safety issues a building permit and then provides inspection services for construction projects to ensure they meet approved plans. In the third quarter of this year, that's July through September, Building and Safety reviewed almost 700 permit applications, issued more than 650 building permits, completed nearly 500 project reviews, and performed over 1,700 inspections. Building and safety staff have also been hard at work overseeing implementation of the seismic retrofit ordinance that was adopted by council and administering a federal grant in support of these important safety improvements. Next, on to our current and historic preservation planning team, whose core functions include implementation of the zoning ordinance, the subdivision ordinance, the historic preservation ordinance, and of course state law as it pertains to those matters through the review of development projects. This includes convening our internal development review committee, or DRC as we refer to it, to gather and send early feedback to applicants on proposed projects. I will note a change that has been implemented in recent years has been to integrate the urban design review function within current planning. But that does come alongside a number of changes that we're implementing from the state level, one of which that's been around for a little bit of time is through the State Housing Accountability Act, where we are not able to enforce any subjective standards in the zoning ordinance for housing development projects specifically. So that's just a note there. The current planning team also oversees our CEQA review for these projects. We are seeing an increasing number and complexity of state exemptions from CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, for projects that may have previously been required to undergo significant environmental review. These exemptions, I will note, are not optional, and state law requires that a jurisdiction must process a CEQA exemption when a project meets the applicable criteria, and we have to process the associated entitlements within strict timelines under state law. One example of this is Assembly Bill 130. It's a new statutory exemption for housing projects that took effect on July 1st of this year. We're currently processing 3 housing projects under AB 130, and 3 additional projects are within the preliminary phase that also anticipate using this CEQA exemption. We're also reanalyzing complex residential projects that were previously subject to more detailed CEQA analysis. And in the future, we expect more projects will be subject to either a streamlined CEQA process or even a fully ministerial process, which is to say one that is by right. It does not allow for the city to apply any discretion in its review, and ministerial review does not trigger CEQA at all. There is no CEQA determination of a review. So the takeaway on that is that there are many changes in state law, especially affecting housing. The complexity of the review is increasing. We're working with the city attorney to implement new procedures that reflect this legal framework. And just to illustrate, I brought some copies here of the volumes of state laws that come into play when we're reviewing projects. It's not just what the city has adopted in its zoning code. It's pages and pages of state law that now pertain and guide what we review and how we review it in the planning division. I want to shift to talk about, before I do that, the historic preservation program, another important part of this division's work. Some recent activities include a survey of multifamily properties in the city, and that will be coming to the council in December. We also have ongoing inspections of properties with Mills Act contracts, which help us to achieve our historic preservation goals. In the third quarter of this year, current planning completed the review of over 175 planning applications, with more than half of them being completed in a week or less. And over 70% of those were completed within 2 weeks. The planning division also took in applications for over 200 new planning applications during this time. We've been focused on streamlining inefficiencies and customer service improvements as well, and over the past year, piloting a number of ways to help us do just that. One is a permit navigator program to help commercial tenant improvement projects. Another is an over-the-counter plan check option for simple commercial tenant improvements, signage, and other simple project types. Offering a guaranteed second opinion. We want people to know that there is a clear process for resolving issues that come up with projects, and that's part of our commitment to providing excellent customer service by offering additional reviews and support for resolving any project challenges that may arise. Specific to our current planning processes, we rolled out improvements to our administrative permit process to enable faster processing of these typically smaller planning entitlement requests. And together with other city departments, hosted a permitting process workshop, which was an educational session to help guide applicants through the process and how to use the portal. And a recording of that is on the city's website. We are evaluating the impact of these initiatives as we continue to look for ways to improve the permitting process, and of course, welcome feedback from all stakeholders on how we can improve the delivery of our services. We're also continuing to track and develop implementation of new state laws. Last year, Building and Safety led the creation of a webpage dedicated to new state law requirements under AB 2234 for what is called the post-entitlement permitting process for residential projects. They come with a number of requirements from the state, and we've provided resources for applicants for those project types, including checklists, a fee schedule, and real examples of approved building permit applications. Those are posted to our website. The team is also currently collaborating with other jurisdictions to create a self-certification program for certain types of restaurant tenant improvements. And up next, we've hired just recently a new team member at Building and Safety who will help us build and launch a new expedited building plan check program. So stay tuned for more on that. We've also filled a new senior planner position to focus on the processing of major or complex development projects. The goal there is to focus on accelerating the entitlement processing timeline. I'll shift to our long-range planning team. I know their work is often featured here before the council, but their work plan is centered around maintaining and implementing the city's general plan, this document right here, which is the city's adopted long-term policy document and the blueprint for future growth and development. The staff in the long-range planning division are currently focusing their efforts in overseeing the implementation of two critical parts of the general plan. That's our housing element and our climate action and adaptation plan. These efforts help the city turn policy into measurable outcomes, like getting more homes approved, reducing emissions from buildings, and making smarter infrastructure investments. Implementation efforts are underway across a number of city departments related to these plans, and long-range planning serves as the lead on most of the policy items. The housing and land use team within long-range planning is focused on implementation of the 116 items in the housing element. These are programs that the city has committed to pursuing and for which the state is monitoring us and holding us accountable. Delivering on these mandated programs keeps our housing element certified in good standing with the California Department of Housing and Community Development, known as HCD. And failure to make progress on these programs could jeopardize that state certification, which could make the city ineligible for certain funding streams and would create uncertainty about the enforceability of our local zoning requirements. The state is serious about this, and in fact, SCAG prepared a report to the Regional Council last month that noted HCD will be reaching out to local jurisdictions to review progress that they're making on their programs in their housing element. And so we continue to make the housing element implementation work a priority within the work plan of the long-range planning team. I do want to highlight an accomplishment. Last year we applied for and were granted designation by the state as a pro-housing jurisdiction. We were one of only 47 cities at the time to receive this designation, and we had one of the highest scores in the state. Other accomplishments to highlight from the implementation of the housing element are the council's adoption of a number of related zone text amendments. These include updating the replacement requirements for existing protected units, which was in 2024, streamlining the approval process for affordable housing projects, establishing the new ministerial housing permit under our code. In fact, we just used that recently to process a project under SB 684. And we expect more of those to come forward using the ministerial housing permit. Adopted standards for shared housing buildings and units to diversify the housing stock. We have underway a study of corporate ownership of rental housing units, and the council will review that in 2026. The council recently reviewed the results of the study of the inclusionary housing ordinance at your last meeting, and this was undertaken specifically because it is identified in the housing element. The largest part of our housing work is in the Zoning Improvement Program for Housing, also known as ZIP, which we are undertaking, and I know there's been some questions about why are we doing this. It is a commitment that the city made to the state as part of the housing element, that we would evaluate our zoning standards and housing incentive programs and analyze ways to calibrate them with our housing production goals. Outreach in that work program has been ongoing, and we're now in an analysis phase with the city's consultant team. And our next step will be to present policy options to the council in 2026. There have been numerous related council directives which pertain to zoning and development standards, and many of these have been incorporated into the ZIP effort as they relate to the same topic. We also maintain an Invisio dashboard on our website where people can check in on the status of these various initiatives, as well as see progress on meeting our state-mandated housing production goals. The other part of our long-range planning team is working on climate action and sustainability. So the team leads cross-department coordination, tracking over 60 initiatives in the plan on a separate Invisio public dashboard, and they prepare a report to the council annually. A few accomplishments to note briefly from the sustainability team: launched the Green Business Program, which recently received recognition at the Chamber Business Awards and is on track to certify 15 businesses. Launched the Climate Action and Resilience Platform, including the greenhouse gas inventory. Taken steps to enable private sector EV charging investment citywide, including the council's recent adoption of an ordinance designating EV charging sites and EV service stations as primary use in commercial zones, providing for streamlined approvals and expanding access to chargers. Some of the things looking forward are the open space element update. State law requires that we update the open space element, and the project page is live on Engage WeHo, and we're currently in a community engagement for that effort. And we also prepare and submit annually progress reports on the general plan and the housing element specifically to the council each spring. I'm almost done. Thank you for your patience. Our administration division also plays a critical role in our department's functions. Staff in this division provide administrative support at our public counter reception, with procurement, for public noticing, and as commission liaisons for the Planning and Historic Preservation Commissions, formerly also the Transportation and Mobility, but as that division has now moved to Public Works, I didn't touch on that specifically, but we know there's been a large work program there as well. We provide the quarterly reports to the council on major projects, and we've added now permit activity and timelines to that report. There also is, as part of a council directive to accelerate implementation of the Sunset Arts and Advertising Program, a new billboards unit that's part of our administration division, and 3 new in-house positions were created within the department to administer the city's billboard program. We have completed the hiring process for all 3 positions, and so in addition to transitioning the work plan from contract staff to this new team, staff are also working to update the website with additional information about the program. So as you can see, we have a robust work program across the 4 divisions in community development to advance the priorities of the council and the community. Of course, I've not been able to cover each and every item from our department in this amount of time, but I hope this has been a helpful overview and update, and our management team for our department is here if you have any questions for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Marisich. We can give you another hour if you want to cover all those details. I really appreciate the update. I'll turn it back to our city manager. I don't think this is a time for us to answer or get any questions asked, but thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Nick and team. So we just wanted to give the subcommittee and the full council an overview of what this looks like for your discussion later during the priorities discussion. This is one of the busiest departments, although they're all busy, but this really touches on all the land use issues that the community's interested in, so we wanted to start with this one. But that concludes my report, and thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, do you have a question?
And David, just for the public's knowledge, a builder's remedy project, the city cannot deny the project, and if we were to deny the project, we would be sued and lose.
Yes, but we have been working with the applicants for those builders remedy projects, and we aren't prepared tonight to give an update on that, but we will be coming back with something.
Great, and I thank you for explaining that, because this is important that you all understand that you can oppose it and we can oppose it, but it's just not how it's going to work, which is why we've been going this route. And so it sounds like we're going to see you both back at the first meeting in December. So.
Can I just add one thing to that? It's a little more complicated than that, but it's about whether or not it complies with standards. And what the builder's remedy says is for certain projects that fall in that category, you may not be able to deny them because they don't meet standards, but they're still going to go through a review process where they're looked at for safety and compliance with a lot of things. So I don't want to make any legal conclusions about any of the projects on the record tonight, because they're going to come forward and there's going to be information presented that the public can comment on and people can participate. But there are definitely hurdles for the builder's remedy projects that are set out in state law.
Please, yeah. If your mic's on.
Lauren, are they subject to CEQA analysis? Lauren?
The projects are being processed and approved to go through normal processes. If there's a CEQA exemption that applies, and as Nick had mentioned, there are a lot of streamlining and CEQA exemptions that the state legislature has put forward recently that a lot of developers are interested in using, that they will apply for those. But I can't say, with broad strokes, what's going to apply to each of the different projects, because they're very different. And they will come forward at future meetings for people to be able to get more information on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you for the report. Okay, I believe with that, we'll move on to the fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar. Thank you, City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. The fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar with the addition of items E3 and F1 is $1,730,343 in expenditures, $2,276,745 in revenue, and $1,674 in waived fees. There is a motion and a second on the floor to adopt tonight's consent calendar. And the motion passes 5-0.
Oh, I think.
We got it. Councilmember Hanks, I'll go in and add it.
Thank you. Yeah, popped on and off.
Yeah.
Okay.
I saw it,
We
and
saw
then it went away.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll begin our public hearing then. Item C1, the reintroduction of ordinance establishing equitable building performance standards. The public hearing is now open. Are there any disclosures from council members? No? No. Okay. And City Clerk, how was this hearing noticed?
As required by law, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll turn this over to our staff representative for an introduction and take it away when you're ready. And I think we are familiar with this item, so maybe an abbreviated presentation.
I'm not sure we even need it, since this is just a reintroduction of what we already decided.
Maybe some clarity. I know we did
Yeah.
get some public comments in, and because there was some discussion that brought us to this point, which is a little bit different than what was initially presented. Thank you.
Certainly. Good evening again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, Nick Marisich, Community Development Director, joined by Francisco Contreras, our Long Range Planning Manager, and Christine Shen, Senior Planner with our Sustainability team. And I'll hand it off to Christine.
Good evening. Can you hear me? I'll give a quick 2-minute presentation on the Equitable Building Performance Standards, which is a policy that will improve energy performance in existing buildings and is a critical program needed to meet the city's carbon neutrality goal. Past City Council actions: on August 8th, City Council approved on first reading the ordinance and directed staff to bring back additional items. On October 20th, City Council received an update on those items and directed staff to remove residential condos from meeting performance targets while remaining their requirements for annual benchmarking and exploring other avenues to decarbonize these buildings. City Council also extended or directed staff to extend the first benchmarking deadline by up to 120 days. So those two changes are reflected on the ordinance in front of you. We also revised the penalty structure to make it more objective and less susceptible to legal challenges. So our recommendation is to reintroduce on first reading ordinance number 2520 to establish building energy benchmarking and performance standards for the covered buildings, which are buildings over 20,000 square feet.
Thank you so much. I don't see any members of the public signed up to speak on tonight's agenda. Do we have any questions from our colleagues? Well, sorry, maybe if we don't have any public comment, we can close the public hearing. So we'll go ahead and do that, right? We don't have anyone signed up? Okay, perfect. So now we will get into council deliberations.
I just had one question, and it's not on the ordinance. Do you have a list of people who perform this service of building energy benchmarking? Will we have a group of people who building owners can reach out to?
Yes, we'll compile a list, and we're also going out for RFP to get technical assistance from some of these vendors so that we could provide those services to our under-resourced buildings.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Meister.
Yeah, and I know it wouldn't be part of the ordinance, but sort of an extension of that is, will we have an educational component at the planning desk on the benefits of building performance standards?
Yes.
Are there any other questions, comments? Okay. Thank you so much. I know we've moved this around all year long, so it's really exciting to be getting to a place where we're introducing the first read of this ordinance tonight. We do have a motion and a second. And now 5 votes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll move into our unfinished business. Item E1, our homelessness initiative update. I know as staff comes down, there are also a number of guests in the public tonight who are here to participate in this conversation. We appreciate you all being here. We'll give everyone just a few minutes to get settled. Take the whole mic stand. No problem.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you very much. My name is Christine Safrit. I am the Director of Human Services and Rent Stabilization. We have a large crowd with us tonight, many of our partners and staff. Danny Rivas, the Director of Community Safety, is up at the staff table with me, as is Tariq Carter, our Human Services Manager. We have Jonah Glickman, the Homelessness and Housing Deputy with the Office of Supervisor Lindsay Horvath. From the LA County Department of Mental Health, could you please raise your hand? Thank you. We have Aubrey Lovelace and Dan Mansfeld, Division Chief and Mental Health Program Manager. We have Giovanni Godoy, Program Director for the West Hollywood Care Team. From Healthcare in Action, we have Amber Gomez, Clarissa Lopez, and Dr. D. And then from the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, West Hollywood Sheriff's Station, we have Ashley Turner, Operations Lieutenant. So we are here tonight to present to you an update on the city's homeless initiative. The purpose of tonight's item is to provide an update, present our progress on the coordinated response framework, and take your feedback in any direction that you have for us. By way of background, on June 9th of 2025, we held a special study session on homelessness where council reaffirmed the city's Care First approach and identified a number of system needs for stronger coordination across departments and our partner agencies, better visibility and follow-up from service providers, a need for clearer expectations and transparency related to accountability and key performance indicators, more clarity around subpopulations and tailored responses to the homeless community, consistent trauma-informed engagement, guidance for what to do with cases where homeless individuals consistently refuse services, and continued prevention and housing retention focuses. These priorities have guided staff's work since June. Another thing that happened at the June 9th study session was an emphasis on moving forward with a coordinated response framework. The framework defines coordination, data sharing, and follow-up among city departments, contracted service providers, and county partners. We were asked to return within 90 days with an implementation outline, milestones, and resources, work to begin establishment of a multidisciplinary team, which designates a lead case management provider, and start development of shared triage and escalation protocols, and pursue opportunities for data sharing and regional collaboration. So since June, staff have completed a number of major projects and programs. We opened the Holloway Interim Housing Program with 20 individual rooms for on-site services, which is almost fully occupied and provides progress towards permanent housing. We expanded care team operations to 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Care team is our primary responder for behavioral health crises for both housed and unhoused residents. They also are covering live answering of the city's homeless concern line. So we transferred the direct response for the homeless concern line phone number to the care team. We consolidated outreach and street medicine under Healthcare in Action, who now provides primary daily coverage from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. for our homeless community members. And we initiated joint outreach and coordination with our agency partners and our community safety teams. So we have weekly outreach with the Sheriff's Department and with our primary homeless service agencies. And then we do monthly multi-agency coordination meetings. These actions form the foundational infrastructure for the coordinated response framework and are the building blocks that we have needed in place in order to move forward with the strategy. From a regional context, we also provided an update about LA County Measure A funding, as well as ongoing regional challenges. Jonah can speak more to those if you have questions, but they are standing up a new Department of Homeless Services and Housing, which is launching in early 2026. And they have initiated the Emergency Centralized Response Center, which is sometimes called the ECRC, which is now active, and it is where individuals staffing the many agencies across the county who work in homelessness services and homelessness prevention have representatives seated directly together, and they coordinate care and response for the county. And then in regards to Measure A, there has been a significant change in how the county is funding local services. The city saw a reduction in our funding for direct services for homelessness. So that number went down, our annual funding went down from more than $300,000 a year to about $160,000 a year, which we are putting towards our services at the Holloway. But it did add new funding for homelessness prevention work. And so the city has a budget proposal in and are waiting for approval, or we have received approval on that, where we're moving forward with the implementation. However, that funding cannot be used for direct homeless services. It is a prevention-oriented funding. And the region as a whole does face challenges. The county is experiencing budget constraints and reductions across the board, and that includes in homelessness funding. There are expectations around SB 43 and Care Court and the Care Court participation, where those may not have the extensive impact that folks both in the community and at the municipal level are hoping for. And then there is an ongoing scarcity of interim housing, shelter housing, permanent housing, and treatment beds. So that's a little bit about the context in which we are working. The city The city has a tiered Care First model where Care Team and Healthcare in Action are our primary service providers. We also have the Security Ambassador Program and the sheriffs, which the ambassadors encourage voluntary compliance from our unhoused population. We work closely with the sheriffs to respond to safety and non-compliance concerns in the public right-of-way and on private property. And then we have the fire department and the MET team for medical and behavioral health crises. We are working on formalizing a shared playbook for our procedures and guides among these agencies with standardized communication, practices, and protocols to make sure that we have consistent and sustained follow-up and clear timelines and responsibilities for each of our partners. We are also working on data sharing, integrated reporting tools, a public dashboard, and community collaboration and community updates. So we have received feedback from the homeless subcommittee and from the city council about the needs for these items, and we are working diligently to address them. We've had 2 meetings since the June meeting of the council with the homeless subcommittee, comprising the mayor and the vice mayor. At those meetings, we have covered a number of items, including at our last meeting, we had three discussions, primarily focusing on sheriff response, including a discussion about letters of agency for trespass, how we renew those items, what are our wake-up protocols and guidance related to homeless individuals sleeping on private property or sleeping in the public right-of-way. And we talked about how different responders approach those things. We discussed the complexities of high acuity, high refusal cases, particularly behavioral health and substance use, and reviewed the temporary suspension of charging at bus shelters, including interest in restoring the charging with safety measures at those shelters. So the city manager has directed staff to move forward to return the charging at the bus stations, and we are looking also at what can be done or if there's anything to be done about safety and use of the bus shelters. So we also have been asked questions and wanted to respond to some questions regarding information about how the care team and healthcare in action staff. And so to provide clarity for the council and for the public, from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., healthcare in action is our primary service responder. They have 2 field staff who primarily respond as a team during the daytime hours. They also can split up and respond individually. So we have Healthcare in Action who can respond to calls for service. If Healthcare in Action team members are both engaged, then Care Team also has 2 field staff who respond as a team on location to calls. So at any one time from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., we have up to 3, we call them teams, who can respond to calls for service. We also, from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., that is when Care Team covers response or requests for wellness checks and calls for response. And so we have 1 team of 2 who can respond from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Each of our service providers in the Human Services and Rent Stabilization Department is contracted and provides key performance measures and metrics and indicators of service. Those are tailored to the type of service that they provide. We can go into more detail if you have specific questions about them, but for the providers who are doing our homeless services beds, for example, we have Essentia provides up to 10 guaranteed beds per night for West Hollywood. And so even if those beds are not always occupied, they reserve them for City of West Hollywood calls to make sure that there is always service available. We also, as of October 1st, engaged Community Bridge Housing, which provides a guarantee of 4 to 5 beds per night for the city. Community Bridge Housing is located in Sylmar? In Sylmar. So it is quite a ways from the city, but we provide transportation for community members who are willing to accept placement. And then we also partner with the Los Angeles LA LGBT Center, both for youth services and for senior or older adult services. Folks who are, I believe, over 50 can qualify for housing assistance and housing placement, as well as transitional aged youth up to age 24. And so both of those programs assist with shelter placement, interim housing placement, and have shelter beds. With that, I think I will move into closing because I'm sure you have many questions for us. But we are shifting in response to Council's direction from program expansion to full system integration at this point. We have achieved a number of key milestones in the past 6 months related to Holloway Care Team, consolidating our outreach, and working together on multi-agency coordination. And we have staff and partner agencies here tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Just reflecting on the service of Vice Mayor Heilman and myself on the homelessness subcommittee, we've been dealing with these topics for a number of meetings now, and I really appreciate you reflecting and capturing, I think, the breadth of discussion really well. I don't know, Vice Mayor, if you want to kick off the discussion, having been a part of these things, or you want to turn over to the rest of the council?
I think since we've had the opportunity to talk with staff, it might be useful to hear from our colleagues.
Terrific. Which of the council members is ready to ask any questions or discuss?
I had a question of the subcommittee, because it did say in the report, and maybe I missed it, that that any additional feedback would be provided in the verbal report. Is there anything that you want to add from that meeting or no? Or you want to make, or that's fine. I thought I'd ask.
Well, I will say that I have expressed frustration at times, and I think our staff definitely captured that in the report. And the mayor and I agree on a lot of things, but we don't always agree on some of the topics. From my standpoint, I think one of the biggest things that the biggest things we need to address is what are our protocols in terms of people who persistently refuse services, and how do we address that, and where do we escalate to, and how do we escalate with individuals who are not accepting services that are available. And as Christine mentioned, we have shelter beds available, we have outreach teams, but there are people who are persistently refusing services and continuing to engage in what most of us would describe as antisocial behavior, sleeping on the sidewalk, sometimes urinating in public places, sometimes trespassing. And so how do we address those individuals is, I think, the biggest frustration, not only for us, but I suspect for many of the team members as well.
Is that your question? We good? Councilmember Hang was ready to
Go
jump
ahead,
in?
and
Okay. Go ahead. You're good.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the very robust presentation. I just had a couple of questions to ask. So the council had the study session back in June, and it is to my understanding that we were supposed to get a report back within 90 days because a few of us up here expressed a sense of urgency. And it's been well over 120 days for a plan of action to be set in place. I just don't want people to be lost through the cracks, because I think from the first subcommittee meeting that I watched and also during the council meeting, I believe that staff had expressed to the council that some of our neighboring cities had successful pilot programs that they've already instituted that have worked. And I believe that was also mentioned during the first subcommittee meeting. If there's a need for an RFP, which would then delay time into next year, I think between 6 to 9 or 10 months, whatever it is, before any type of credible action can be taken by the council. So why is there a need for an RFP if we have neighboring municipalities that have successful programs that we could kind of piggyback on and kind of tailor it to our own specific needs?
Thank you for that question. I really appreciate it. Staff have developed and released an RFP. We released that in late October, and it is looking for expertise with service with an expert in law enforcement and multidisciplinary team and coordinated response style work to provide expert guidance to staff in developing the policy, the frameworks, and the data tools to do this implementation. So we are taking this and moving forward already, but in order to make sure that we don't make any missteps, or in order to reduce our potential for missteps, or to and to ease the implementation process, we're looking for that support from someone who's done this and can bring the lessons that they've learned, not just from neighboring jurisdictions, but from around the country.
I appreciate that. But for me, a sense of urgency is having it done within those 90 days, and then to come back to the council, it's been well over 120 days. So our community wants to see action in place. So that's kind of where I'm kind of having a disconnect. So my next question to you is, what sort of key performance indicators does the Human Services Division keep track of when it comes to our unhoused community members?
Thank you for that question, and thank you for your questions earlier today. We have a number of key performance indicators for our homelessness programs. As we spoke about earlier, we have community bridge housing, Ascensia, the LGBT Youth Center, and Healthcare in Action, all of which have KPIs that are tailored to their particular programs. For example, for community bridge housing, some of our KPIs include housing plans completed within a certain period of time, also housing residents that are transitioning into longer-term housing. We also ask that they provide us with demographics, obviously, for all of them, so that we can track who's receiving the services. For Ascensia, we have the number of our emergency shelter beds, the occupancy rate of 2,000 annually, that those beds need to be filled, as well as permanent housing placements. So for all of them, we do track the permanent housing placements, the percentage of, we have goals for them, right? It's not just an arbitrary number. So we do ask that they have a certain percentage of their people that transition into permanent housing, also for retention and outreach and support further past the time that they're placed, that we continue to reach out to them and connect with them. So it doesn't end once they're placed into permanent housing. We also, for some of our programs that include other services such as workforce and job placement, we do track how many folks are placed in jobs, whether or not they maintain jobs over a certain period of time, usually a year, and whether or not they have maintained stable housing over that time frame. So within each of the contracts, we do have KPIs, and we're monitoring them on a monthly basis to provide that information to us.
So for instance, the WeHo Care team monitors the homeless response line, right? Which the number is 323-848-6590. It's a 24/7 line. Like, what is the average response time for a call that comes in? How many calls come in on average a week? What's the average response time?
We did pull some of that data earlier today to have it available. It looks like sorry, I'm not going to go from memory. Francisco, could you come up, please? I thought I was ready to do it, and then I wasn't. Oh, right here.
Good evening, council members. Yes, so we currently are seeing about 3 to 4 calls per day come into the homeless concern line. And the average response time for a team to be dispatched is about 16 minutes.
16 minutes, thank you. I just want to make a comment that I was downloaded on the previous homeless subcommittee meeting, I think, and I expressed this to you on our call today. The nurse practitioner that came actually really opened my eyes, and when he spoke about the current gaps that are, in place because of the constraints of the county and the constraints of the city. And that's why I'm asking about key performance indicators, because we have to kind of sort of establish a baseline and some sort of reporting accountability. So I look at our Public Safety Commission as an example, right? And I don't know if there's appetite for that from my colleagues, but I look at our public safety service contract providers. They report on a monthly basis to the Public Safety Commission in terms of call times, response times, types of activities being reported. And I think it would be a good idea for our service contract providers regarding our unhoused community members to make monthly reports to the Human Services Commission in terms of how many unhoused people they touched, how many are repeat touch points, and how many are new. Because then that will give the city data and metrics, right, in terms of where calls are coming in for the most part. Is it the east side? Is it the west side? Is it the mid-city? Because that way, when you have data and metrics that are reported on a monthly basis, you can create heat maps of where there's concentration, and then you could readily deploy your healthcare and action teams or your WeHo Cares team. So I think some sort of reporting structure on a monthly basis, I think would be beneficial, because it would give the five of us up here numbers that we could actually tangibly look at.
Thank you for your feedback. We actually do already capture that information, so we'd be able to provide that to you.
But I'm saying it should be reported on a monthly basis.
Yes, on a monthly basis, we can do
Because
that.
the community, this city spends a lot of money on social services, and the community wants to see results. And even if it's one success story, that's a success story that this community will eat up and appreciate. And it'll show the community that our staff are working very diligently in a humane fashion to help our unhoused folks. So that's kind of where I'm at. It's all about data and metrics. I mean, what has been measured in the past up to now?
Just, we do capture this information as part of the contracts. So we have information about where the care team and healthcare in action are responding to calls, the demographics, the services that are being provided, the amount of time that is being spent with the individuals, and then what the follow-up actions are. So many of our folks may be transported, they may receive shelter services, or in some cases, if they decline, then the follow-ups are documented. So all of that information is captured by the teams. The harder part is because some of this information is captured much of this information is captured in different data systems, is being able to connect those data systems or connect the dots, as we've talked about in the past, between the different providers and also with the public. And so that's where we're working towards with the CRF, is to be able to put that information all together and to also make it available to the public and to the city council.
So then what is going to be done between now and when the RFP is completed?
Well, we're working on multiple parts of moving forward with coordinated outreach, with developing our data plans, with developing our case conferencing methods. So we're moving all of that forward through our strategic initiatives team.
Great, thank you. That concludes my questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Erickson, did you want to jump in? Or Councilmember Meister? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So I just have a couple of logistical questions, because the point of insanity is doing it over and over again and expecting different results. So I just, and for my own clarity and for the public's clarity, because I realized we were back here in June, right? And we asked for you to come back in 6 months, correct?
You asked for us to come back, and we said we would provide an update in 90 days. We took that update to the homeless subcommittee.
Okay. Lovely. So we completely changed around our response and how Susan calls Jack and Jack calls Paul, and all the ways in which it works. It's no longer just a top-down system. It's a full process that we changed back in June, correct?
I think we would say we evolved the program.
Evolved the process. I love that word. Yes, we've evolved and made the process better. Okay, but the laws themselves that we are constrained by have not changed. Okay, thank you. I already know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask it for edification. And I believe our wonderful sheriffs are here. I was like looking for Fanny, and I couldn't see her. But I know the answer. But if somebody is not breaking any laws and they are sadly in front of someone's store or sitting on a bench or erecting a makeshift area, and they're not doing anything illegal, the sheriffs, I believe, will not arrest them. Or maybe walk me through kind of your triage process in that way.
Good evening, council members. So if we get a call, for example, as you stated, someone blocking an entrance to a store, it's a care first approach. We're going to ask them to leave. However, if they don't leave, we have municipal codes in place that they can be arrested for.
And if they are arrested, what's the typical time that they would be booked and then potentially back out?
So that depends on multiple factors. Prior arrests for the same offense. And we also have a magistrate review process. So if this is a person that we know has done this habitually, we will request a magistrate review, which goes to a panel of judges. And at that point, the panel of judges will either keep them in custody, so they see a judge, or they will receive a conditional release. And in that conditional release will be several factors that the judge places within that release.
Wonderful. And Christine, or whoever feels comfortable answering this, if a person has multiple bookings but they keep getting released, that can further hurt their ability to get into permanent care because they have a record or other things that they would have to address to clean up. Like if they have parking tickets, if they're, let's say they had an RV, if that got towed, if they had other aspects, that can harm their ability to get into permanent supportive care because they have to take care of some factors that are on their permanent record usually.
I think it's really very case specific.
Yeah. Yeah, and the only reason I say that, because when I worked at LAX and they were working on clearing Manchester Square, we had individuals in RVs that had multiple different types of misdemeanors and infractions that prevented them from actually going into services. And so that was only another layer preventing care. So I just want to make sure that we're not getting into the business of, and I know that's not the intent of, if someone's going to be put back out on the street anyways, putting something on their record that is going to stop them. So that's more of a comment, not a question. Thank you very much. I think you answered all my questions, Sheriff. Additionally, do we know the typical time for care courts and the new process for that? My understanding is LA County just started in 2026. Oh yeah, come on down.
We have
Sorry.
Jonah Glickman, and I believe he'll be coming down to answer this question.
Jonah.
He's also bringing DMH with him.
I asked Lindsay if she'd be here. She's like, nah. No, I'm joking. She would always come, but.
Jonah Glickman, I'm the Housing and Homelessness Liaison for Supervisor Lindsay Horvath with LA County. So as it relates to care court, the county actually began care courts already.
Okay.
The issue with care court is under state statute, the way it's currently structured is it is still a voluntary program. So the supervisors expressed frustration with that because it still requires buy-in from the individual to participate in the process. So I don't have the latest numbers from DMH, but I know in the past there were about a dozen care plans that had been initiated and agreed to by the individual. So again, that care court process is still largely voluntary. With 2026, though, does come the implementation of SB 43, which will be the expansion of the gravely disabled definition. So that will expand what currently exists to include severe substance use disorder, personal safety, and necessary medical care. But while it changes that initial entry point definition for a 5150 hold, it does not change the longer LPS conservatorship process, which my counterpart from DMH may be able to speak to better from her experience. But with SB 43, again, while it changes the criteria to put someone on a hold, you still have to go through the complex court process to get placed on a conservatorship.
And what's the timeline? I mean, there are 70,000 people sleeping on the streets in LA County. One person going into a court system can take upwards to how long?
I don't know if you want to.
And you can rough it, or if you don't feel comfortable, I don't want to put you on the spot, because I know with this issue, it can be taken other ways. 6 months. So one person, roughly 6 months. Okay, so that's a problem. You all know that. Okay, thank you for that. And I think my final question for our wonderful staff on this item is, so what are you, essentially are you asking us to change or recommend changes to our protocol tonight, if the council so chooses to?
If the council so chooses, we would be happy to take your feedback.
Wonderful. And so if the council chose to, let's say, arrest people, is the sheriff's department prepared to start taking in homeless people next week and then releasing them within 24 hours back into the street?
If that's what the council wants, then absolutely, we're equipped to, to enforce the municipal codes and any penal code or business and profession code that might be being abused or.
And they would be held at the West Hollywood jail?
They would. We would book them. And then again, with that magistrate review process, if there are any priors, we have the ability to request that they stay in custody until they see a judge.
So I asked this question to Captain, oh my goodness, I just forgot his name, Ramirez, when I created the WeHo Cares team. And we went through that process, and I said, do you want to be in the business of arresting homeless people? And his answer was no. So has the position of the West Hollywood Sheriff's Department changed?
I think it's based on what the community wants and what approach that you want to take.
Wonderful. Okay, those are all my questions right now. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you for all the questions that answered.
I'll go to Councilmember Meister.
Thank you, Mayor, and excuse the glasses. The light is impacting my bad eye. My question is for the county. With this new department, which is launching, that it will be focused on housing and services, exactly what kinds of services? Because one of the biggest issues we have here is our, good portion of our homeless population are, substance misuse or alcoholism, and they don't want to accept services. And so, is this new entity going to provide those services to your cities, your 88 cities, or just unincorporated, or how does it affect us?
Yeah, so with the Department of Homeless Services and Housing, we won't be changing where county services are being delivered. We're actually just changing how they're structured at the county level. So for as long as the county has existed, there's been over a dozen departments that operate different programs that support homeless individuals. And so those departments are not coordinated in their response. And so the department will be bringing all those under one roof. And that includes the services that are offered by our Department of Mental Health and our Department of Substance Abuse and Prevention Control, which they are also going through their own integration right now. So substance use beds and mental health beds will also be under the same department. And those services being offered by multidisciplinary teams, similar to what the city has. We have substance abuse counselors, mental health specialists on our outreach teams that are going out into the streets and trying to get people to accept those treatment resources and to enroll them in mental health services. Another area is, again, around mental health. Is the department is going to work to become a Medi-Cal billing agency, so we can actually bill towards Medi-Cal for a lot of these services that folks need on the street. And one other area is it's called a full service partnership, which is a program that helps people with mild to moderate mental illness. Historically, that program has not done a good job of helping folks on the street. It's not been very field-based, so the new department is working to create a specialized program. And so we will be able to have that specialized care for homeless people where up till now that hasn't been provided. So we are looking at that full scope of services with substance use and mental health, also with state Prop 1 funding. In the first round, we've been awarded, there's about 1,700 new beds of treatment beds and mental health beds that will be built across the county thanks to state funding. And because of that state funding, we're going to continue to fund those kinds of services.
Thank you. And will we, and maybe Christine, you can answer this, but will we be coordinating with the county so, you know, because now we're looking at this larger database, you know, of care that's been provided or interactions that we've had. Is the county part of that system?
We will absolutely be working with the county.
Okay. And I think, you know, I mean, I agree with Vice Mayor Heilman that my biggest concern is public safety, and for those unhoused people or transients that are doing drugs in public, just as they were at, you know, West Hollywood Park, or, you know, obviously there's, you know, mental health issues. I guess, what are we going to do differently that's going to show an improvement over the next few months? Or not?
Well, I can start with that. Whenever we have someone who is doing something like substance use in public, anyone who sees that on our response team is instructed to contact the sheriff's department. So we are not encouraging folks to use substances in the public right away, and we are not ignoring it. So I just want to put that out there first. At the same time, if service providers are called for a wellness check on someone who may be inebriated or intoxicated, they do offer services, and they do try to get those folks into care. And it may be a multi-day, multi-month process to do those things. So we understand your concern about public health and about mental health and the concerns that those things bring, and we are trying to get people into service. At the same time, if folks are refusing and they are not breaking the law, that's where we run into the area that is the most challenging, I think, for any of our service providers and for our security ambassadors and for our sheriff's team, because in those situations, the folks who are unhoused under the current structure of the way this works, those folks are not, if they're not breaking the law and if they're not creating a public disturbance, then they are entitled to occupy the public space in a way that may be uncomfortable for us, but if it's not, you know, creating a public safety hazard, then there's not much that we can or are legally allowed to do besides build rapport and offer services. And we have folks here both from Care Team and from Healthcare in Action who can testify to how that process with repeated and sincere engagement over time is successful. It does result in people getting into treatment and into housing. And so we have those success stories, but they do take oftentimes weeks and months of repeated engagement and work to build the ability and the relationships to make that move.
So explain to me then why exactly we need the consultant?
Because we don't know what we don't know. And so we don't want to be proposing as staff at the staff level and with our deputies in the sheriff's department and with our healthcare and service providers, processes and protocols that we think will work, but that may have been tried in other agencies that
that have needed to be changed or updated, or that there are already better models in place. And so we're looking for some more specific expertise than we have at the staff level.
Okay, and I don't know if any of my colleagues mentioned to you, I'm sure they got a letter as well from a property manager about a concern affecting their tenant and business, the CVS at Santa Monica and La Cienega, observing a high presence of homeless people around their property and basically blaming the Holloway, which I don't even know if you even have people living in there yet. Are you aware of this?
We are aware, and we have a meeting set up with them this week to discuss their concerns and talk about ways that we can help them address it.
Okay, but if there are existing issues, I'm not saying it has anything to do with the Holloway. I mean, I've walked by there at the parking garage entrance at the CVS on Santa Monica, and it's not good. So just please know that their concerns are, they're not realizing maybe that it has nothing to do with the Holloway, but it is a concern and there is something going on over there.
That's right. And Danny Rivas is leading the team on that, but we are working together.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councilmember Hang.
Thank you, Mayor. Director, can you sort of talk about the nurse practitioner who spoke at the subcommittee meeting? I thought it was very valuable what he shared as to why our unhoused community members. Well, actually, let's start off with how many beds. You mentioned that so Essentia has 10 guaranteed beds for our community members. Community Bridge Housing has beds as well. The LA LGBT Center has beds as well. Do you know the percentage of those beds that are actually occupied on a weekly or monthly basis?
So with Essentia, they are the only provider where we have actually contracted beds that we have 10 guaranteed. Those are 50% occupied right now, so 5 beds are full. We have 5 guaranteed open. However, there are other providers that we mentioned that will take in folks. And we also, with HIA and our other providers, they will reach out to all of the shelters in the area. They're not just restricted to the contractor providers that we have. So if they have someone that needs to be placed, they will find somewhere for them, whether they're contracted with us or not.
So can you talk about how, like, maybe some unhoused folks will refuse a bed? Because I think that was very valuable what the nurse practitioner said. Like, people want to come to West Hollywood because they feel welcomed here, right?
Right. And if the beds are too far from West Hollywood, they'll often refuse those beds. They don't want to leave West Hollywood.
And hearing that really opened my eyes and gave me a better understanding, especially when the nurse practitioner talked about gaps, service gaps. And I think he also mentioned that that's where the county should be stepping in to do their part, which it's a challenging issue across the region with the county, with all the changes going on. And I don't presume to have the answers, and we're just doing the best we can here in West Hollywood. But I am a little uncomfortable with the RFP process because it's so long. But thank you.
Vice Mayor Heilman.
Thank you, and thank you. I think we all want to thank the teams who are out there working on a daily basis and all of our staff as well. Even though I'm critical of some aspects of the program, I'm not critical of the people who are doing this work because it really is very challenging work. I'm going to start with an example of a situation which I think expresses my frustration and maybe some of the frustration I'm hearing from some of my colleagues. So last week there was an individual at the corner of Larrabee and Sunset on private property with belongings, sleeping there. I think I've called 3 times on this individual. out there in the rain with an umbrella. I know our outreach teams have gone out, tried to engage her in services, and she's refused. So my question really is, what do we do with that person? When do we, instead of just having the outreach team, have the outreach team and the sheriff come out? Do we ever escalate the kind of intervention? Leaving this person there is not compassionate, it's not care, it's cruel. This person does not have the wherewithal to make rational decisions. And I know our hands are tied to some degree, but the way the 72-hour holds and the conservatorship process is working is an example of government failure. We're failing people who have severe mental health issues because they're not so profoundly ill that they're an immediate threat to themselves or others. That, to me, is a system that is not set up properly. And again, I'm not faulting any of you because I know you didn't set up that system. But given the system that we have, I think there needs to be a different approach. And when I've asked our teams about it, they said, well, we'll continue to engage, but how many times do we continue to engage? When does the process change? I think waiting, until we've engaged 50 times and the person still refuses services, we're just repeating things that aren't working. And so there needs to be a different approach. And I want to respond to something Christine said about, and I agree, if somebody's not breaking the law, we can't arrest them, nor should we. Arresting people because they're homeless, that's not our goal. Our goal is to get people off the street and into services. And if bringing them into custody is a way of breaking what they're doing and getting them to agree to go into services, that's something that we should be looking at. This individual who I've identified, maybe if the sheriff said, you're trespassing, we're going to take you to the sheriff's station, once that process began, maybe she would be in a position where we could tell her, either we're going to go through with an arrest and you're going to be locked up, or you can go into services and there is a shelter bed available. Why don't you let people help you? And maybe that's where we could use that even threat of arrest to get people into the kind of care that we all know that they need, even though they don't know that they need it. So that's one of the issues that I continue to find problematic, that there are people I know and have seen for several years who are service resistant, and there doesn't seem to be any change in what we're doing. I want to talk a little bit about the homeless concern line. And this is more for Danny, the security ambassadors, when they encounter a homeless individual, do they call that homeless concern line?
Yes, they do.
So the number that I can't remember who gave me, Francisco, 3 calls a day? That's all we're getting? That's me. I'm often calling 3 times a day. Why isn't every city staff person given that number and told to call? Why aren't our security ambassadors calling that? I can just walk down the street. We could all walk down the street and we would see 5 or 6 people who are homeless. Why aren't those calls coming in? The volume tells me either that we're not communicating to the security ambassadors that that's their job, or we're not communicating to our city staff, and we're certainly not communicating to the public that this is a number to call when you see a homeless individual who appears to be in need of assistance. So that to me is one of the things that we really need to work on. I can't believe that that's the number that the security ambassadors call, and we're only getting 3 calls a day. What they're doing then is just telling the people to move, and they're not calling our teams that are supposed to assist the homeless individuals. Getting back to, and thank you, Christine, for clarifying that we have HIA during the day and that we have the care team at night. We don't have the right number of people doing this. I frequently call, as I just confessed or revealed, and I'm told the team is working with somebody else. And you said that their HIA is really 2 people, but they frequently go out as a team, and when they're not available, it's flipped over to the care team. But I don't think it is flipped over to the care team. When I call during the day, I'm told our HIA team is there, they're working with somebody, we'll put them in queue to come next. So I would much rather that we reduce the number of security ambassadors and increase the number of people whose job it is to proactively identify homeless individuals or respond to the homeless concern line. That seems to be a better allocation of our resources than what we're currently doing. So that's one of the things that I would like us to look at. The idea of reporting to Human Services, I'm fine with that my colleague, Councilmember Hang, raised, but I really don't like the idea of having the anecdote of, oh, see, we helped this person. That's great, but we really need to focus on the data. And what we're seeing on the street is that one success story doesn't really respond to what we're seeing, the reality on the street of numerous homeless people who are there for a long period of time. And then I just have a couple more points. I appreciate what the county is doing, but I guess you don't have any outreach teams in West Hollywood, correct?
Yeah, I'll defer to Aubrey
Yeah.
here.
Good evening. I'm Aubrey Lovelace. I'm a chief at the Department of Health. So DMH has a variety of street-based teams. One that I oversee with my colleague Dan is called the Homeless Outreach Mobile Engagement Team, also referred as HOME. So we, so for this area, for the west side of Service Area 4, because we do service planning areas, we have a team of 11 that go into the field. So that's clinicians, licensed clinicians, peer workers, substance use counselors, caseworkers, there's a psychiatrist, there's a nurse practitioner, and there's an RN. So they support the west side of the area, which covers West Hollywood. And so we are, the name is a little misconstrued, we're not really a homeless outreach team necessarily. We don't do collaborative outreach as a team. We carry caseloads, we serve specific clients, and so we rely on our partners like Healthcare in Action and et cetera to elevate cases to us who they've gotten stuck with so that we can come out and provide more robust mental health services, which includes getting people onto medications, injections in the field, daily med deliveries, and then accessing all the other department services and housing resources.
So when HIA, which we fund, does the outreach in West Hollywood and they have a case that they cannot manage or that they can't provide the level of services that you provide, they will elevate it to you.
Yes.
Okay.
And anybody can, and we can share it later, there's a QR code, so anybody can refer a client to the Department of Mental Health, who you've seen on the corner for a long time or on a bench, and then it'll come to my team or it'll come to one of the other service teams and we can engage them.
But it sounds like most of your work with West Hollywood is through our outreach teams. Would that be fair?
We get referrals from everybody. So we get referrals from the Sheriff's Department, we get referrals from the MET team, we get referrals from Cedars, we get referrals from we do get referrals from Healthcare in Action, DPH, whomever.
Thank you for that. I mean, part of the reason I appreciate the county's going through all sorts of transitions with its different departments, but really this is something that, you know, we're the ones paying for the outreach. We're the ones providing the homeless beds and things. I know the county has a role, but this is something that we're going to have to figure out because I don't think the county has the resources to dedicate to West Hollywood to address the concerns that we have here. I guess my final 2 points are, we have a care first approach. I've said this before, I think it's become a care only approach, that there is no enforcement at all with respect to homeless individuals who are violating the law. The example I gave previously, this is a woman who's trespassing on private property. And so there's no effort to address that. People sleeping on the sidewalk are violating our municipal code. And there's no real effort to address those types of violations. And again, I'm not about criminalizing homelessness, but I think using that enforcement threat as a tool to get people into service is something that we need to consider. I also think that in terms of our policy, we need to adopt some expectations for homeless individuals who are in the city. Having people in the city who are not willing to accept services or to accept shelter when it's available, that's a problem. People want to remain in this community. They don't want to be sent to a shelter elsewhere. Well, then there should be expectations of what we expect. We expect you to be cooperating with our outreach workers. We expect you to understand that you have issues and you need to get into some kind of care. But I don't think we ever communicate that there are expectations for people that we're trying to help. So, thank you.
So, Mayor, if we can go back to Councilmember Howman's example with Larrabee and the person sleeping in private property. So I think that's the direction that we're looking for, or the guidance that we're looking for. In my conversations with Captain Lapkin, usually when the sheriffs come and ask them when to move, they will move, but they often come back as well. So I guess what we'd like to hear, or what I'd like to hear from the council, and possibly through a vote, like if those people are continuing to come back to the same spaces and they are breaking the law, they are in private property, does the council want the sheriff's department to then arrest those individuals? Because I think that's guidance that we don't think we have right now, and we need to hear that from the full council, that's how we want to treat that situation.
Well, personally, I don't want to arrest anyone, but I want that to be out there as a threat to help get that person into services, where the sheriffs could communicate, you're trespassing, we have a choice here. The choice is we're going to take you into custody and we're going to book you for trespassing, or in the alternative, we have outreach workers here, they will help you get into some kind of service or some kind of care. And I don't think, maybe that's completely ineffective, but I think it probably would work for some people.
No, I agree, and I think it will work for some, and it won't work for others. And so in those situations where it's not working, and we are seeing some of the same people, do we want to escalate enforcement to arresting those individuals? I think the threat can certainly be done. I think it's maybe being done in some way already. Do we want to escalate beyond that if they continue to refuse services?
Yeah, It's sort of what it sounds like that staff has presented is that that threat is what's happening anytime that law enforcement is there asking for that voluntary compliance. And it sounds like largely voluntary compliance happens. People end up moving. Whether they take services or not is still their choice. It's still, you know, the freedom they're given a right to. And I think that's sort of the challenge. It's what does it mean to ultimately reach the point where they're interested in those services? And I appreciate the Vice Mayor's suggestion. I also wrote that down as my first note, what it means to look to increasing the staff capacity. It sounds like the best solution to service refusal has been that amount of touches. I know we just increased the contract. We're only in, you know, month whatever of this cycle of increased capacity on this. But I think if that's the direction we're looking to increasing that capacity through the HIA contract, through the care team, that's something I'm certainly interested in. And I know this budget cycle for the RFP process and the human services contracts process itself, there was discussion over the breadth of that HIA contract itself. So, you know, we were at a point just months ago where there wasn't a complete unanimous decision, at least within the Human Services Commission itself, about whether HIA's contract should be invested into that extent. We made that decision here at Council, but there's still some disagreement or you know, lack of clarity around how those services are working out. It's very new to the community too, but that's the direction I'm leaning and looking to, is how do we continue to ramp up the sort of capacity we have locally that is effective at the addressing of service needs. And it just continues to be that Sheriff's Department is helping to manage the situation as best as possible. I think, you know, the threat of somebody with a badge and a gun on their hip asking people to move is a very significant threat in itself. And for many people who are already affected by law enforcement systems and services, that's a significant threat that I don't want to undermine, or, you know, that is already happening. So I don't know that handcuffs, putting them into West Hollywood Sheriff Station, that ends up getting them into services any faster. I think it, in fact, may risk breaking it. But I'm hearing that we have some really tough cases, and I appreciate DMH being here at the table. We did hear at the subcommittee level about your work in the city and how it sometimes takes a week or a couple weeks to get here. But in knowing that your work is ongoing and repeated, it's not just one time you show up and the problem's solved. I think that's part of the public's understanding that we're still wrestling with. And I do appreciate the discussion around data, but as it was said, all the data on documents in the world isn't shifting the perception that's happening out there. And we know that's largely, you know, as the staff report says tonight, there's 1 out of 3 homeless individuals. If we came and had a bed available and everyone wanted it, only 1 in 3 homeless individuals would actually be able to go into a bed tonight. And that's on a very rainy night in Los Angeles County. So we're still under-serviced in the way that we need. And I just recognize that that's a real challenge. But I'm not interested in thinking about moving towards a deeper level of enforcement that would include the Sheriff's Department moving its capacity and focus beyond what otherwise neighborhood level concerns look like right now. I see a couple of folks have jumped in. Councilmember Hang, you want to join the discussion?
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I'm not interested in arresting anybody either, because the truth of the reality is, if somebody is arrested, as my colleague pointed out here earlier, that might create problems for them, but also they'll be back. They'll be released within 24 to 48 hours, likely back in the same spot. So I don't presume to have the answer to everything, but we keep trying to attack the issue with the same actions and not getting any type of new responses, different outcomes that we want. So that's kind of where I'm at right now, but I'm also of the mind of we need to be keeping track of metrics and data on a monthly or weekly basis. So that way your division can report it to the Human Services Commission once a month, just like our public safety partners report all of their data to the Public Safety Commission. That will give you metrics, and that will give you and the council metrics and data to work on. What areas in the city have more concentration of unhoused folks? Where can we deploy our tools, such as healthcare, and actually WehoCare's team too? Mid-city, east side, the west side. We don't know that unless we have raw data and numbers and facts in front of us. And that will help guide the council to make better informed decisions. But we can't do that without any data. So that is what I'm looking for, is more data. Thank you.
I want to jump back in here too, just as part of the data discussion. I know what part of we're asked for in this item is support for the RFP, and there's been some discussion about that tonight. I think the data discussion is best served through that outside support coming in and helping us create those benchmarks. I know part of this coordinated response framework is about ensuring that the many different tools and systems that our service providers use have an alignment and can speak to each other, and that we're able to report those metrics in a way that makes sense and helps us inform better recommendations and policy. So it feels like another point for the RFP that's already in process now. And just want to thank you for thinking about the way that we can bring best practices to the city from the learned experiences of others who are also always evolving how we do our service delivery. Councilmember Meister?
Thank you, Mayor. Can we go back to the CARES team again and how many calls they get a day, and are the outcomes actually providing care on site, or is it just referring people to somewhere else?
So the care team gets about, I would say, 6 calls per day, and they conduct an additional 4 follow-ups for a total of 10 engagements daily. And their goal is to provide short-term case management with the ultimate goal of providing a longer-term connection to one of our existing service providers. So they do report on this monthly, and we do get data on engagements and placements, as well as outcomes from the care team.
Okay, so I guess one thing that I would say I'm concerned about is how much we are spending on the CARES team and only having 10 engagements a day, knowing that there are at least 100, from our count, at least 100 and something homeless people out there. I'm not saying they are there all the time. I know that was a point in time count, but it just seems to me that then maybe the CARES team is either not aggressive enough in seeking out people who might need help, or something is going on. I don't know. The other thing and it concerned me when we set this up, is the fact that the CARES team does not necessarily provide care on the spot, whereas Healthcare in Action does. And so I'm just wondering, I'm thinking that perhaps we need to have, as we do studies, when we're looking at these interactions, to get a report back once again about what percentage of our unhoused population have mental health issues, what percentage have substance abuse issues, what percentage seem to be mentally sound, but have been, lost their homes, or whatever. I think we need to know more specific information or an updated information about what our unhoused population looks like before we start adding people here and taking away people there. I think we need for me to have a more informed decision about what we should be cutting and what we should be adding. I would like to know this year, like now, what those proportions look like. We had that. We got that about 5 to 8 years ago. We did a needs assessment study, and but I think things have changed, and I think we need to see that information in order to talk about what would be the best, combination of subcontractors that we have.
Great, and if I may, we have Mr. Godoy up here with us. He is the program director, and I just wanted to give him an opportunity to tell you a little bit about what their day looks like and their calls for service. And I believe Director Rivas also had a brief comment about referrals from security ambassadors to care team and the homeless concern line. So let's start with you, Danny, and then we'll go to Gio.
Great. I did want to respond back, Vice Mayor, you mentioned about the 3 to 4 calls, right, and the ambassadors being out and about. So I can definitely tell you with confidence, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but our security ambassadors are making contact far greater than 3 to 4 a day, and they are contacting a different number, but they're also offering services, and if an unhoused community member declines services, then they are not proactively calling that number. So that is something that they can certainly do and that we can incorporate as a part of their process.
That seems different from what you said previously when I asked you, is this the number our ambassadors call? And you said, yes, that's the number they call.
Correct, and then I text messaged the manager just wanting to make certain that was the case, but there is a number through the CARES team, an internal number that they are contacting when folks are willing to accept services. But if they're not accepting services, then no call is being made, whether it's to the internal line or whether it's to that homeless public-facing line.
But the ambassadors don't have any services that they can offer the individuals. I think we should have a policy where they call whenever they see somebody who's homeless, so that the people who are trained to do the outreach are the ones reaching out to see if they want services.
Agreed, and yes, correct. Ambassadors are not trying to offer them services themselves. They're asking folks if they're wanting to connect to services, meaning, are you wanting to connect with Healthcare in Action or the CARE team? So, yeah.
Hello, everyone. The CARE team not only receives calls, I also want to mention that when we don't have any active calls or follow-ups, the CARE team does engage in active outreach. And that is 24/7, 7 days a week. We will engage in active outreach. For example, right now during the rainy season, the one location that we frequent a lot is the Sheriff's Lobby Station. Aside from doing the outreach and connecting to more extensive services like Healthcare in Action, we also provide transportation. For example, if someone is experiencing suicide ideation, homicidal ideation, grave disability, and they're receptive enough to being transported to a local medical facility where they can get assessed, we also can provide that transportation. If that individual is not receptive or safe enough to transport ourselves, we will coordinate with Department of Mental Health to have a team come out and assess. One thing that I think, I've experienced and the whole team has experienced is that sometimes it takes days or several engagements to support a community member. One perfect example that I can give you is we had a community member that was engaged in August of last year. The CARE team transported this community member to a treatment facility. However, since this community member disclosed that they were taking a specific medication, they were not able to accept that community member into that facility. We contacted Healthcare in Action. They stated that the community member no longer needed that medication. Treatment facility stated that unless they had a written letter from a doctor, they will not accept them. The CARE team then transported the community member to an emergency facility connected with a medical assessment evaluator and was able to get clearance. During that process, we also contacted the treatment facility and asked that they will hold the bed because it was the weekend. Luckily enough, they were able to hold the bed. We were able to get an extension for that community member to be there up to 3 months. Unfortunately, that community member then relapsed. We continued engaging the community member throughout several months, not shaming, but showing compassion. And to make the story short, I can say that this community member today, we were able to confirm that they were able to reunite with family outside of the state, and we confirmed that they made it their home safely. The CARE team does not only stop there, we're also still communicating with the family member to connect to a sober living facility to ensure that they continue receiving treatment. This is just one example of how it's extensive outreach, extensive building rapport, having them trust us. There's situations where we engage a community member the first time, second time, and they're open to services, and we will connect them to a facility. The CARE team has been able to transfer community members at 9, 8 o'clock, 10, 11 at night to shelters, and that's as a result of us building that relationship with those other agencies and shelters. Aside from that, the care team, again, continues to collaborate not only with the agencies that are contracted with West Hollywood, but also utilizing the resources outside of West Hollywood. We do engage in motivational interviewing with the goal to persuade the community member to accept services. Another example of what we do is collaborations and active outreach with the Sheriff's Department. I can tell you within the last month, we had an active outreach with the Sheriff's Department. There was a community member that was engaged, and they started to gain interest into going into a treatment facility, but then they started losing interest. Our peer support then shared some of their personal lived experience and was able to re-engage that community member, and we were able to successfully transfer that community member that same day. I do wish that it worked like that every single time when we engage community members, but unfortunately it does not. One thing, again, that I want to reiterate is that sometimes it takes several engagements, and if the community member refuses services, whether that's mental health, substance treatment, shelter, then we look into referring to the home team. Another perfect example that I can give you is we refer a community member to the home team. This community member did accept services. They were then placed in a hotel temporarily. However, then they left, and the home team contacted the care team to support in locating this community member. On that same day, we were able to locate the community member, and the home team was back out here to support that community member. They were then placed in a higher level of care.
Thank you, Gio.
Yeah, I wanted to just reiterate what you said, that your team serves not only homeless individuals, but it serves people within the community who are living in a sheltered environment, who have mental health crises. And both your team and HIA, when they reach out to people on the street, it's not just a 1-minute conversation. It can be a half hour or an hour as you're trying to assess the person, trying to engage what their needs are, trying to connect them to services. So I understand that we would like you to have 100 contacts a day, but that's not realistic with the level of service that you're providing. You know, some contacts are pretty quick, but others may really take you several hours to try to connect somebody into services.
Thank you. Councilmember Erickson, and then I just want to see where we're at as a council in terms of this item we've been discussing for quite some time.
Yeah, the creation of the WeHo Cares team was never just solely supposed to be for homeless individuals. That was very poignant in what we were trying to do, and because we know that many of our dear community members who are experiencing a lot of issues also do have homes that need that help as well. And I know you've shared some success stories about individuals stopping them from falling into homelessness, or individuals that needed that care as well. So I just want to remind my colleagues that even though the care team might be dealing with 10 individuals who are experiencing homelessness, they are dealing with other people at the same time who are not in that same situation. And that's really important because mental health and behavioral health issues are so systematically defunded and underfunded. And so that the goal when, I created with Seppi Shine and the council agreed on the CARES team was that purpose. So, and I would never vote to decrease services to the WeHo CARES team, and I don't think that's what we were talking about, but I'm just gonna state on the record that I don't think that is the direction we should be going in.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else with their hand up to speak, and I know tonight's item was really about receiving this report and all the updates from many months, weeks, days of work hard at realigning and evolving the city's homeless response and implementation plan since the discussion took place in June, and then ultimately providing any policy guidance regarding the protocols for unhoused community members. So I want to just go through the council one more time and see if there's any other final recommendations we want to deliver to staff. Vice Mayor Heilman.
Well, one of the things that I would like staff to bring back is maybe a consideration of whether we need to shift some of the security ambassadors to outreach teams, or have specially trained security ambassadors who can supplement the work of HIA. Probably best to have it all under one umbrella rather than, you know, going back to the route we had before with different agencies and different entities. So that's one of the things that I would like to hear some exploration of in the future. And David's question about law enforcement engagement, I'm not sure if we're ready to think about that or decide that tonight, but that may be a future discussion that we can have about what is the appropriate role of law enforcement and when do we want to threaten arrest to try to engage people in services. So those are a couple of things that I would like to see more discussion of at some point in the future. And also the homeless service line and publicizing it, making sure that every employee knows to call that line when they see something, and that our residents know to call that line.
Oh, go ahead, Councilmember Hank.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I want to go back to the data and metrics. I think monthly reporting responsibilities to the Human Services Commission based on how many touch points, how many calls were made a month to the homeless hotline, how many field visits were done in the field. Data and metrics will give your department the ability to create heat maps as to where the concentration of issues might be, so that way tools can really be deployed out to assist people. So that's kind of where I'm at. I think data metrics is very important, and just the very detailed way our public safety partners provide information to the Public Safety Commission. I think a similar detailed report should be provided to Human Services on a monthly basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Erickson, final thoughts?
Well, if I'm confused, I wonder how the public's confused. So I appreciate the mayor trying to bring us home on this. So I'm trying to understand about what we actually accomplished right now. And so what I'm hearing is, I actually don't know what I'm hearing, because it sounds like direction from one of my colleagues, perhaps supported by the majority. I'm hearing one of my colleagues talk about data and metrics to the Human Services Commission. I'm supportive of that as long as the contracts can align. And I think the more transparency and data for these things at the Human Services Commission, or potentially because I watched those commission meetings, they really don't. I talked to my commissioner right before this, seemed to have an appetite for it. Maybe it's a public safety meeting, but I don't know what the optics of changing it to a public safety meeting are when we're dealing with homelessness, but it is kind of both issues. So I'm happy to explore what that looks like. But I'm trying to also understand about where we're being asked to go and where we actually as a council want to go. So maybe, Vice Mayor, could you kind of restate what you were saying one more time?
Well, the item tonight was to give us an update on the work that's been done. And there has been a lot of work done in terms of the coordinated service approach. So that was the number one goal, to give us an update. The second thing the staff were asking for, I think, is policy guidance on some of the issues. And some of those issues, we need additional information before we can make decisions. I mean, my idea of shifting security ambassadors to HIA or something like that, that's going to require further discussion and identification of resources and whether it makes sense within our financial limitations. Councilmember Hang's suggestion that we need more data and that it needs to be reported to the Human Services Commission on a monthly basis, I have no objection to that. I just hope we understand that the buck stops here, that the Human Services Commission doesn't dictate the policy. That's really more for updates. And then the issue of what type of engagement, if any, law enforcement is to have here. That's something that we've expressed different views on, and I at least think it's worth the city manager bringing it back to us for further discussion with maybe some specific options for us.
Councilmember Meister?
Yeah, and I would like for us to get an update on what our unhoused population and transients in our city, what the biggest issues are, whether it's only homelessness, or is it mental health? Is it substance abuse? Is it, domestic violence? I mean, I think we need to have a more of a deep dive into what we're dealing with in order to do all these other things, which is data.
Can you talk about how that happens? Because I think if there was something that happened 6 years ago, the point in time count does a lot of that, and we're coming up on that soon. I know those numbers don't get released till the end of the year, but I don't want to be redundant in a direction if there's another way that's already being accomplished, or if through some of the collection and work that the service providers are already doing, that information can become more readily available.
We can have that information already readily available. It won't require any additional work on our end.
Terrific. So maybe some future report where the council can get a sense of what our demographic breakdown looks like, so we can better understand how we can fill service gaps that may be available.
Absolutely.
Okay, terrific.
And may I ask a question? And then moving forward, I know the county is doing their combination or the new department that they're building, but for the next year's homeless count, will it be LASA again?
Yeah.
Yes.
They've already been promoting it.
I understand that, so I actually don't think we should be contracting with LASA for the homeless count. They've disappointed me every year that I've served on this council, and I just don't think we're getting the actual numbers as a result. I believe and I support the work that's going on at the county moving forward, but I don't want to go back to a system that I actually think is giving us wrong numbers, personally. I don't believe actually the numbers LASA is reporting.
So we also do through, I believe it's Healthcare in Action, we do a quarterly homeless census ourselves as well, which is something that our neighboring city does. So we do have information, and at a staff level, we think it is useful to have both sets of numbers, and also to provide that continuity and to have that information. But we are, again, always happy to follow the direction of the council. But right now we are scheduled to participate in the homeless count with LASA in January.
My view on that is it's a waste of time. I mean, we're already scheduled. I'd much rather us organize a group of volunteers to go out and help us identify individuals, maybe train people who are prepared to do outreach. But the idea that we're using all of these people and resources to go out and merely count, but not connect any of those people to services during the count, just doesn't make sense to me.
If for continuity of continuity of data and information across the region, I would feel strange pulling out of this process at this point in it, especially with a big transition for that agency to come. I think it behooves the city to stay involved in that process, even if we don't have full trust. I'm grateful to know that there's a quarterly process that we have on our own side, and I think it's a good benchmarking that we can sort of see how we're both doing that data. But I think it's important that we participate in that along with our neighbors and everyone else in this region. So I don't know if we need to have an up-down vote on that, because there's two people who say they don't want us to participate. But
We've already got it scheduled for this year, so I'm not saying pull out of it, but I think we should think about it going forward.
Well, I actually feel comfortable. I'm personally, I just think moving forward with LASA is a waste of our time in that way until then. I'm sure the county's moving, expeditiously, but I think if we're going to talk 2027 LASA numbers and still be here scheduling what that looks like, I would feel more comfortable not moving forward with LASA. I mean, just the audit of LASA itself was something that I don't believe this city should be participating in any way, shape, and form. And so I agree with Vice Mayor Heilman under those circumstances that fine for 2026, but for 2027, I would not like to see this city moving forward with LASA in that way, unless the new county agency is set up in that way to do it, but the county moves even slower than the city of West Hollywood at times. So I don't know if that's going to happen, but I'll leave that to anyone else.
City manager.
So we've received a lot of input and direction tonight. What I would suggest that, as you all have said, we continue with LASA for this year's count in January, but add that to the things that we come back maybe in February or March. So we continue with the coordinated response framework that staff has laid out, continue down that path, continue with the process of the RFP process for the consultant. At that time, we'd be able to address some of the issues that some of y'all have talked about and come back with some options and how those things can happen as we move forward with the future. And hopefully we'll have the consultant on board at that time that can help with some of that discussions as well.
Sounds great. Does everyone hear that and feel good about the direction? We can package that into a motion and move forward.
I always recommend Vice Mayor Heilman for those types of difficult motions.
Well, I think we'll take what David just shared with us for the record.
Yes, and I'll make that the motion.
Wonderful.
And thank you all. This has been a really extensive conversation tonight and followed by many subcommittee meetings that have also been, but we really appreciate the chance to have this conversation tonight. Thank you. Thank you all to the service providers, members of the county, DMH. We appreciate you all coming out tonight. All right. We are moving to item E2, the organizational priorities update, finance and budget subcommittee recommendations. We'll turn this over to our city manager and his team for our presentation. We do have one public speaker signed up on this item, just as a note before we get into discussion.
Good evening. Sorry. Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Andy Lovano. I'm the assistant to the city manager. I'm joined by Melissa Lindley, budget officer, and obviously David Wilson, city manager, is also here to discuss this item. At its meeting on May 5th, 2025, the City Council began a discussion on the organization's priorities and programs. At that time, the City Council approved a motion to, 1, affirm staff's ranking of the priority programs and projects listed in the staff report, and 2, provide direction to refer the item to the Finance and Budget Subcommittee to further develop recommendations for presentation to the full council regarding council-initiated items and events. Item E2 on tonight's agenda provides a brief update on the Finance and Budget Subcommittee's meetings, as well as the subcommittee's recommendations to the council. The Finance and Budget Subcommittee met 3 times to discuss various topics related to organizational priorities. The June 25th Finance and Budget Subcommittee meeting focused on improving the process for assessing and prioritizing major council initiatives that impact multiple divisions and work plans. The August 13th Subcommittee meeting focused on organizational priorities related to key focus areas, including transportation and mobility, planning and development, sustainability and resiliency, infrastructure and technology, economic development, and business requirements. And the third and final meeting of the subcommittee in this series focused on the topic of city events and co-sponsorships. The subcommittee discussed several recommendations for the council's consideration tonight, and the goal of the subcommittee's recommendations are to help staff prioritize new council-initiated items as they are introduced and incorporated into existing work plans, improve efficiency in city operations and reduce administrative burdens where feasible, and set realistic expectations for timelines and budgets, and provide regular updates on council initiatives. So in terms of assessing and prioritizing council-initiated items, the subcommittee recommendations include enhance the staff analysis section of future council-initiated staff reports to include impacts on existing work plans, reprioritization of existing projects when necessary, and an estimated range of financial impacts of the initiative. Affirm that the staff analysis section in council-initiated staff reports is drafted by staff and should not be edited by the initiating council members. Connect new council-initiated items and work plan goals to strategic plan focus areas. Provide regular department updates on council-initiated items, work plans, and accomplishments at council meetings as part of the city manager's report, as was provided tonight. In terms of addressing pending council-initiated items, the subcommittee recommendations include close the 19 items on the pending council-initiated items list, which is provided as attachment A in tonight's staff report. When appropriate, incorporate future council-initiated items into an existing work plan item or project, such as the housing element, climate action and adaptation plan, economic development strategic plan, or WehoTV, and provide regular updates on those plans. And improve efficiency in city operations by streamlining staff reports and meetings where possible. And lastly, in terms of events and co-sponsorships, the subcommittee recommendations include, beginning in fiscal year 2027, amend the council special programs budget allocation of $130,000 to a discretionary fund allocation of $50,000 per council office for a total budget allocation of $250,000. Discretionary funds can only be used for public purposes that are consistent with the city's finance policies and will be reported in an annual staff report. Require co-sponsorships to request funding from one or more council offices willing to use a portion of their discretionary funds. Authorize the city manager or their designee to approve minor fee waivers or deviations from standard facility reservation requirements. Revise the co-sponsorship approval process to establish a biannual application process. Provide direction for staff to bring forward a list of annual city events, including proposed speaker series topics, as part of the budget process or a consent item. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As part of those three meetings on the subcommittee, I don't have much else to add to this. I really appreciate the way you brought this back and wanted to turn it to the council for discussion. Oh, sorry, I said we have a public speaker. Let's go to the public commenter first. Anita Goswami, come on up.
Hi there. Anita Goswami, resident of West Hollywood for a lot of years now. First of all, I commend you. I commend city staff for putting this together. It is, I love this report. I love all this content. It helps me to understand what the staff is doing. It helps me to understand those priorities. Also, what your struggles are, trying to, figure some of that focus out, and the different directions you're pulled in. So again, I just want to commend you for putting all of that together and the work that you have. That said, my first item, I'm curious why staff feels they must explicitly affirm that council members should not be editing the items. Who's editing this before it comes to the public? Just a question to keep in mind. Secondly, I agree we need to focus our residents on our business operators and owners who provide the jobs for this city and bring in the visitors. We need to keep our community vibrant, which is tough when I walk down the street and I see so many empty signs. I see so many empty storefronts. So I'm glad to see those kinds of priorities reflected in the development departments, in the economic development areas. Next, and we heard about this a little bit earlier, I've heard it in many meetings now, that we are asking for information, not just me as a concerned citizen, but many others here. The systems are not in place. they don't talk to each other. I would hope that we see that soon, or that gets included in the work plans. What is stopping you from implementing that? Lastly, I was thrilled to see the work plan for the ZIP, because I've been asking, what is ZIP? It was great to see it actually articulated here, and to see it's clear parking, zoning, all these changes that are coming. So I'm just very happy to see the work plans articulated here. I hope to see this again. Again, it's a marvelous staff report. You guys do a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That was our only public comments. We'll come back to council for deliberation and discussion. Who would like to begin that's not me or vice mayor? Okay, Councilmember Meister.
Okay. Just to give some information to the public, the part about the analysis not being edited by council members is the staff part of the analysis of the staff report. So the staff analysis part of the staff report. So in other words, we do look at and bring forward and edit the report itself, but there is a section that actually talks about how much staff time is being utilized, what departments will be impacted, how it will affect priorities, and that's the part that staff is asking that council members do not edit. Okay, so I was reading the recommended pending council-initiated items recommended to be closed out, and I couldn't help but noticing that a lot of them that got thrown into the ZIP were my items, and some of these items are from 2017, 2018, 2019. I'm glad to know that they haven't died, but it's something that the ZIP presentation that I observed, I didn't really see these items incorporated into what was being presented. So that's concerning to me. And I also think in terms of priorities, I understand that ZIP is a priority, but there are a lot of different aspects of ZIP. And one of those aspects is where height and density, where zoning is going to be intensified. And I think until we know where Metro is putting that line, that staff shouldn't be spending all this time, because it's very possible they could decide that that line is just going down Fairfax, or that line is going down La Brea. And if that's the case, then we have a lot of work that's been put into this that actually, you know, it doesn't fit the narrative that we've been hearing at presentations. So I'm just concerned about that priority. It would be nice if some of my items that went into ZIP that, you know, I saw that I could see the, you know, where it's at in ZIP and how it's being utilized. Just like a couple of weeks ago, I asked about the R2, R3, R4 zoning study, which was supposed to happen, you know, that was in 2019 that was adopted by council. And now all of a sudden I'm finding out, well, there it is in ZIP, and had no idea. So I'm just concerned about that, and I'll just listen to my colleagues, and I'm sure I'll think of something else.
I just want to respond as a part of the subcommittee that approved the recommendations. The two items I'm seeing that jump out right away of yours were the commercial building development standards, height and measurement, which is about adjusting the zoning ordinance itself. And then the commercial building development standards, height and measurement is another, you know, review of zoning codes to determine these things. So I think those are directly applicable to the zoning improvement program that staff's laid out. But if you had a different...
Well, there's also the green space.
And the open space was a part of
yeah,
what...
open space and green space. So those things I have not really, you know, seen in any of the ZIP presentations that I've seen.
I believe Director Marisic, when in his update about community development programs today, named open space as another piece of work, maybe not as part of ZIP specifically, but the housing element project broadly.
Okay, well, in here it says it's going into ZIP. In terms of the, I'll just finish,
Yeah,
now
yeah.
that I thought of it, as in terms of the recommendations regarding sponsorships and co-sponsorships and discretionary spending, I think that that's a good thing, and I think it's accountability, and I think that that I would support that.
And I made a mistake when I spoke. The green space requirement is another, the item that you brought forward would be another amendment to the zoning code, which makes sense that it's under ZIP then too. Great. Vice Mayor Heilman.
Well, obviously, being on the subcommittee, I support this. Maybe we can ask our staff to come back and just take another look at the items that Member Meister identified and make sure they actually are being addressed as part of ZIP or one of the other work plans. The other point I wanted to make, I thought Nick's presentation tonight was great. Maybe if you actually identified that on the agenda so we know to expect an update as part of your city manager report, that might be a good idea for the mayor in terms of timing of the agenda and for other people who are planning to speak. I know Nick was our guinea pig doing this first, but I think visuals are always helpful, particularly if we're trying to update the public about where we're at and the volume of the work that a department is doing.
Councilmember Hing or Erickson?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. You know, the item streamlines our work plan and closes out any type of outdated items and any council directives, and it improves staff analysis for future plans. I mean, closing 19 out, I think is good, so I think it's a good report. Thank you to the subcommittee.
Councilmember Erickson?
I'm always concerned when we put pots of money for each council member, specifically because I just don't think it works, because there are some of us that will just sit on money. This happened in Santa Monica with their travel budget, whereas the mayor of then Santa Monica had to go try to barter with his colleagues to get their funds. And so I'm just always really hesitant of saying X, Y, and Z, all 5 of us get whatever it is, because, for example, no shame to my colleagues, but there are a few of us that do a little bit more externally with different things, and I'm worried that if there's other funds that should be used for a social good, it would cause confusion. And then, for example, what position does that put the city in that way? And so I just think that anytime we're all relegated discretionary dollars, it always creates more of a headache than actually a solution. And so I mean, if that's where my colleagues are going to go, sure, but I just don't. Is the problem what's the problem? We're spending too much.
The problem is that of the 130,000, it's oftentimes being utilized by 1 or 2 council members, and then when we want to bring forward something, we're told, oh, it has to come out of unallocated reserves. So that was the problem that we were trying to address.
And in this way, the budget actually increases by a substantial amount, and there's still the opportunity for community-based organizations who need a number, of funds to appeal to multiple council members without having to go through the council agendas process also. So there's sort of a different level of authorization given to council members and support to the community then that can bypass the council itself, which will help expedite some of those things. There's also, in that recommendation, I think is important, staff will evaluate the number of or the types of events and programs that we support on a sort of regular basis, even if they're coming in as co-sponsorships, and give a recommendation to council at a future date about how that can become part of more regular city programming or that budget cycles programming. Some events have continued to grow in their allocation, so it also creates a challenge when we know or can anticipate organizations are going to come back to this body, but that number is numbers suddenly change. So this could be a different way to sort of indicate to the organizations that are anticipating that co-sponsorship what's available from the outset, and that should they need something above and beyond, they may be able to go to council members for support.
But $50,000 is like nothing.
When it becomes $250,000 from
It
the
is. I'm
council-
sorry, but like one. I mean, you could go look at one council agenda. I could probably pull up one from 2 meetings ago, and each of us had an item that would. I mean, is insurance costs included in that 50,000? That's beholden on the co-sponsoree, right?
It would cover all costs that the council would normally provide for an organization. So,
including what it costs to rent this space.
That's a different process.
That would usually be waived, so it wouldn't cover things that are being waived. But like if we're given a $10,000 sponsorship, the $10,000 would be the cost, and then we'd have the normal fee waivers and things like that.
Well, why aren't we just allocating movie screenings and other things to already existing programming that has budget line items? Like, I could go through the agendas for half the film screenings and say they're human rights speaker series, so why aren't we using that line item?
And that's some of what their recommendations will be. We talked about exactly
but
that.
we're not. But then why haven't we been doing that? That's just, when I was in the events team, that's literally what we were doing, and I haven't been at the city for 10 years.
So I think there's a difference also between city-sponsored events and co-sponsored events. A lot of the co-sponsored events that we've received requests for have been larger and have been requesting more funding than they've requested in the past. Whereas, like this year, we had requests for $30,000 for one event, $15,000 for one event, whereas in previous years, it was really more like 2,000 to 5,000. So the amount of the funding allocations for each event has increased over time. It doesn't stop an organization from requesting funding from multiple council members. So if the council thinks one event should receive 50,000, then that doesn't necessarily have to be one council member's entire discretionary fund. But this is a way to increase the budget overall and give each council member a little bit more discretion over how those funds should be used.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, and just to clarify, there are lots of events that are city-sponsored events that we're not talking about here. So the film series or the human rights speakers, there's already a budgeted line item for that. And if a council member has a suggestion for one of those events, they can certainly direct that. I think what we were talking about are these sort of one-off things that come up during the course of the year where council members bring forth, oh, this would be a great program, and there are some offices that are doing that every couple of months and spending all of the $130,000 that we currently have budgeted. And so this provides a pool of money for each office to potentially sponsor those or co-sponsor events that are not already budgeted for by the city and not already sponsored by the city.
Well, it sounds like it has 3 votes regardless, so it really doesn't matter what I say. So, and that's fine. And this is a solution in search of a problem. And when one of us comes and says, oh, I'm all out with my funding, can I barter with you for something? I think it creates a little bit of an ethical situation there. And then, wondering why or why not. And, I just say that there are some of us that are really engaged with the community and some of us that aren't. And I think that if we're going to be really holistically looking at this in that way, then we all shouldn't be just sitting on a pot of money and then the community hurts. And the community's hurting, again, because of cuts that have occurred in every way, shape, and form. And so if we're going to say we're giving more money, fine, that's great. But I just think that this is going to cause a headache for a long time. And I did city events for a long time. And so that's all I got to say.
Yeah, I was just wondering about that too. I see there's a citizen position slip. Do you want to read it into the record?
Yeah, we did receive one citizen position slip in support of the recommended item from Fitra Johnson.
Thank you. I will just say, I think it's a 2027 budget item, so we will get through next year. We're already over the allocated spend on council-directed co-sponsorship support. So I'm very much willing to give this a go. I think it'll really help. I mean, the community will have $120,000 additional from support from the council itself. It will be an interesting process to see how it goes as far as building relationships with different council offices, getting people engaged. But I think ultimately it gives a lot more autonomy to the individual council members too to support those organizations.
But is there an expectation that we have to spend the money? Because if you're saying we're giving you more money, but then 2 colleagues don't spend money, then actually the community's hurting as a result.
I would hope every council member takes seriously the fact that we have all these resources to give to the community and we invest them. And there's a report given at the end of the year that creates an accountability for where those dollars have gone and who we've invested in and how that's returned to the city as a whole.
I think we are going to be gravely disappointed in the fact and how we actually see these funds being spent by each of us. And that's unfortunate because the community actually will be getting hurt as a result. And I'm not trying to disparage anyone here, but I just think that, no, I'm trying to say that
You've said some of us aren't engaged in the community.
well, I'm saying that most community members are coming to 3 of us to co-sponsor events. You as well, Vice Mayor Heilman, you do a lot, and I know Councilmember Meister, you do too. It's not against you. I'm just saying that we get approached more for that reason because we're usually out there doing things in whatever way we are. I don't want to speak to your experience, but if you're giving us more money and then if, let's say Danny and I, we're done. We're not spending any money for the next year. That's $100,000 out of your $150 if you don't all spend it. So I'm just saying that the equity conversation is actually not a conversation about equity because unless we all spend more money, which we're being told not to, then the system that we have right now is fine.
I'll just say again, the system that we have right now isn't fine because we've already gone far surpassed the budget. There's no way for us as a council to make a set of assumptions together about what we can anticipate over the course of the year. But if we're managing a smaller pool of resources, I certainly know and am already imagining what it would look like to anticipate relationship building, support for events, bringing in new entities, and not having to do it through a council-directed agenda each time that I, go out to the community and say, hopefully 4 other council members will support this, but that we can just start getting the work done together. So I think there's that aspect. And right now there is still an equity concern because the way it's currently structured is sort of a first come, first serve assumption, that there's money and resources there from the council and from the city if they get here first. We've, of course, not really respected that because we keep going past the existing budget, but I do think this is something worth a try. And I think the concern you have about council members not could maybe better be addressed with a biannual or, a 6-month report on those funds spent rather than just waiting for the year. I imagine we would have had that as part of a semi-annual budget update process anyhow, but something very explicit that can sort of chart progress. It'll indicate to the public who to go after for remaining funds also. But I do think that this is worth a shot. And I don't think, I'll leave it at that.
Are we then, if the money is coming out of our discretionary funds, essentially getting an automatic approval because it's coming out of our funds for those programs? Or then does that item have to come here? The answer is you need the majority to approve it, but since it's coming out of our funds, is it just done?
Yeah, so there wouldn't be a need to do a council item.
Great.
We would just go through our regular finance policies and procedures, and as long as it fits those policies and procedures, you could provide that funding. And then we do a report at the end of the year or semi-annually saying these are the funds that have been used by each council member. But it eliminates the need to have a council item every time there's a co-sponsorship.
What happens if one of those items, I'm not saying it would happen, is against what 4 colleagues might say is acceptable and to one that it is? If it's a program they want to do, what are the stopgap mechanisms for that?
I think as staff will ensure that the things are being spent appropriately and within the city's core values. I don't think that the team would move forward with something that we normally wouldn't do. And I think it's unlikely that the council members would bring something like that forward. But
I'm not saying it would. I'm just saying, what happens if this city elected, oh, God be known, a Republican, right, who wanted to do a Make America Great Again, salute your shorts, special video extravaganza right here in the council chambers, only cost $1,000, but it's out of their discretionary budget. I mean, I have a feeling some of my colleagues up here, even though it's a nonpartisan situation, would say, oh, right, but I think that if we had a whole bunch of MAGA extremists banging down the doors for a film screening, we would be a little bit questioning that as a city. And so I'm trying to continue to show that this is a solution in search of a problem, and I hate being right, but I'm going to be right on this.
So I think one of the things that we can add to this, because I think it's a good point, in addition to it being within the city's finance policies, that it's within the city's core values as specified in the strategic plan, because that is broad, but it also really determines things that would not happen, such as the one that was just given as an example.
Terrific. And I also just want to point out, we would still have a co-sponsorship policy in place that would outline who's eligible for a co-sponsorship, and so some of those things would still apply in terms of if they're a nonprofit, if they're a business associated in West Hollywood, those kinds of things, and that's something that we could add in there as well.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions on the organizational priorities update?
Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you. Okay. The subcommittee members have motioned.
And can I just clarify the motion on the floor? Does that include David's additional language that any events would adhere to the city's core values as identified in the strategic plan? Perfect.
And it also includes the direction to staff to look at the items that Council Member Meister raised to make sure they are in fact part of the work plan.
Yeah, I have that in there as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And with that, we can start voting. And the motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We are moving to item E4, the consideration of bid protest for City CIP 2508, the traffic signal improvements at Fountain Avenue and La Brea Avenue. I understand we have a staff report brief on this.
Public comment?
No.
Are there any public speakers? Okay.
No.
Motion.
There are no public speakers.
This isn't a public hearing, though.
We just need a brief report.
It's not a public hearing, so what we can state for the record is that neither the bid protester, which is Estate Design and Construction Incorporated, is here to speak on their behalf and indicate the reasons by which they submitted their bid protest, which was that the city's determination that they weren't the lowest responsible bidder was incorrect. Additionally, for the record, I will just state that Afaro Communications Construction, who was previously awarded the contract by the council, is not here either, but they do not have to be here this evening. This was an opportunity for Estate Design and Construction to make their argument to the council. And since they are not here, should we move forward with a staff report briefly?
I would say have staff give a quick introduction and a framing of what the motion should be. Just it's a little bit different than what the language was on the staff report.
Yes, thank you. Helen Collins, Public Works Director. I'm here with John Gilmore, the city engineer. We do have one change to the staff report, and it's a reframing of the motion, the recommended motion. And that would be a motion to deny the protest, determine that the protester is not a responsible bidder for this project because it does not demonstrate the experience to satisfactorily perform this public works contract, and affirm the award of the contract to the next lowest bidder as the lowest responsible bidder.
And we have a motion for that exact stated language in a second. Thank you, Helen and John.
And the motion passes 5-0.
Terrific. We'll move to our new business. I believe item F2 is next. Initiate a review of certain components in the rent stabilization ordinance, including establishing an ad hoc city council, an ad hoc city council RSO subcommittee. I do note that we have one public commenter signed up to speak, and I believe this otherwise has some quick direction from the council. So we'll have Joshua Christian, come up to speak.
Mayor, we have someone in Zoom as well.
Oh, great. Joshua first.
Hi there. Thanks everybody for your time. Joshua Christian, 10-year resident. I'm a city commissioner, but here speaking in my individual capacity. First of all, I want to say thank you to staff and to the city attorney and to everyone for undertaking this effort in the first place. I think there are a lot of amendments that are needed to the RSO. I did want to come here, and I raised this in my written comment, to suggest that we have a faster turnaround time for this. I think that we're looking at a lot of language changes, but ultimately just language changes to the RSO, and it's not something that needs to take 12 or 18 months. I know that's a heavy lift. Excuse me. I know that's a heavy lift for staff, certainly, but this is an urgent problem, especially given the economic situation in the country, the fact that we have high inflation, increasing costs of living. I'm concerned that the city is going to be in a situation where we are scrambling to update the RSO when an economic crisis occurs, rather than patting ourselves on the back because we managed to update our tenant protections before it became an acute issue. I think maybe that we're approaching this like a long-term policy that kind of needs some tweaking, like a matter of regulatory efficiency, but in fact there are some real serious gaps in the RSO that need to be addressed now, and that's something that I can raise happily in front of an ad hoc committee later on. But for now, it's just that a 12 to 18 month process just to bring it to an ad hoc committee, just to bring it before council. It seems like this won't end up changing until maybe more than 2 years from now, which to me just seems excessive. So I'm not the expert, you guys are, but it seems to me reasonable to ask staff to come back with recommendations to an ad hoc committee in 6 months and to hopefully have amendments done within a year, or to do it in packages and have something ready for first reading certainly quicker than a year and a half, 2 years. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. We'll go to our speaker in Zoom.
Hello, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Gary Jimgochin. I am speaking on behalf of the Greater Los Angeles Realtors, representing nearly 12,000 realtors across the region, including West Hollywood. We appreciate the city's efforts to take a thoughtful look at the rent stabilization ordinances. It is always healthy to be proactive and evaluate where improvements can be made. From reading the staff report, I noticed that many of the topics raised come from tenant concerns, which is very important to hear out. At the same time, we encourage a balanced review that also considers the long-term impacts on small housing providers who help keep West Hollywood's rental stock stable and well-maintained. We encourage the city to include housing providers' perspectives in the review process. The recommendations reflect the full range of experiences within the rental market. Our organization has been actively educating West Hollywood's residents and our members on the city's rent stabilization policies, so we see firsthand how the rules function day by day. If the council chooses to move this motion forward, we would be more than happy to provide any industry insights for the staff and serve as a resource to support a well-rounded and sustainable policy review. So I just want to say I'm happy to help in any way that I can, and I look forward to what the council decides on. Thank you so much. Hope you have a wonderful night.
Thank you to both our public commenters. We'll turn this over to staff. I know this is just about council providing a recommendation about appointments to a subcommittee, but I also, maybe in your brief remarks, you could highlight the timeline and sort of speak to the concerns addressed by the public.
Thank you. Lauren Langer will provide an initial introduction, and then we can talk to the timeline. Or just very briefly, we were looking at a kind of what we thought would be a realistic timeline to have subcommittee meetings, initiate the analysis and review, and be back to council with proposed changes to implement within a 12 to 18 month period. That wasn't just to finish the work with the subcommittee. Okay. So we think that would be the kind of time from start to finish once initiated. We can always try to move faster, but when we're trying to schedule subcommittee meetings, prepare feedback, come back, go to commission meetings, come back, it does, those tend to take longer than we anticipate.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just for further clarification for the public speaker, I think the item says that the work with the subcommittee would start in early 2026. Yeah. I think the speaker thought that there was going to be 6 months of work and then the subcommittee starts the work. But the 12 to 18 months included starting right away.
Okay, thank you. All right, over to you, Lauren.
I don't have much to add. I think this is more an item about efficiency. Obviously, everybody wants the rent stabilization ordinance to be working, to be modernized, to be updated. Different topics have come in to different council members over the past few months, and rather than doing individual items by individual council members, staff decided to consolidate them into one and come up with this idea to talk with a subcommittee for a little bit of guidance of which items actually need to be researched and thoroughly vetted and looked at other cities for how we could do this the best way we can, and then to efficiently get it to the Rent Stabilization Commission for their input and bring it back to council. So I think the idea behind this was actually to be very efficient and to look at changes to the rent stabilization ordinance in a cohesive, comprehensive manner rather than a piecemeal manner, which can happen if individual items are brought at one time. So there's some ideas listed in the staff report on different topics that have been raised by different constituents or different council members over the past few months related to the rent adjustment hearings and unit maintenance, owner occupancy evictions, relocation fees, noticing, alterations to units, and a couple other cleanup topics. So those were the initial items that staff has gathered to begin this comprehensive review of the rent stabilization ordinance. And if council members have other items they want to raise tonight, it would be helpful to help direct staff and the subcommittee on where to take this review. And I think we need 2 council members to volunteer for the subcommittee so that we can get started on this work.
Thank you. I'll turn to Vice Mayor Heilman.
I want to make sure that we are not talking about a comprehensive review and relitigation of all of the provisions of the RSO, because when we established the rent stabilization ordinance, that took about a year for us to do it, and there were lengthy hearings, and I don't think that, at least from my perspective, that was the goal of the council. There are specific things that we need to look at. A few things that you didn't include in the staff report, or I didn't see, was that there was a suggestion that and maybe this is regulations, not the ordinance, the amount of rent reduction for reduction in services didn't seem to be the appropriate amount. So should we be looking at that? I've raised the issue of lack of proactive enforcement and how our department puts the onus on tenants to enforce provisions like no manager, no cutting services. Everything is put on the tenant, and I didn't see that in here. And although this is really focusing on the ordinance, for me, part of the problem is the management and the fact that we have been without a manager. The people who are working there are great. We've been without staff attorneys. So I think that's part of the role that the council has to be involved with, unfortunately, is making sure that the department is properly staffed and structured so that the department works like it was intended. And then I haven't yet heard a response to the situation where a tenant had 3 hearings on the same matter, and the 3 different hearing examiners came up with different results, completely divergent. How do we deal with situations like that? Our response is, well, tell the tenant to appeal again. This has been the 3rd time the tenant has had to go through an appeal for an overcharge case, and that to me, that doesn't work. And we need to get to the bottom of why those kind of occurrences are taking place. So those are the big issues. And then we did get a letter about how long the relocation period is. I don't know if that's a valid concern, but we should add that to the mix.
Councilmember Meister.
Yeah, I think also we need to check with the Rent Stabilization Commission, because I think they may be looking at the amounts that are being used for items that aren't, on services that aren't being delivered. So I would like to just weigh in with them to see if they're already looking at that, because they have a subcommittee that maybe that's not on our list, or maybe it should be. So I just want to make sure we're clear who's looking at that.
Council member?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
The commission has a subcommittee that is evaluating the charges and the rent reductions related to housing services right now, and they anticipate coming back to the commission within the next 3 months with those recommendations.
Great, so that means that's something we don't have to look at, right? Or the subcommittee doesn't have to look at. One thing that I think we do need to look at is, especially with seismic retrofit and ADUs, is construction impacts. I think we have it, it's limited right now in terms of tenant habitability plans, and I think that even since that was put forward and expanded, now we have additional things happening at buildings like ADUs and seismic retrofit. So I think we should also include looking at that. And the other thing, which maybe this is something that the Rent Stabilization Commission can look at, unless my colleagues think we should be looking at this, is whether family members who are not on an original lease, if they can be, apparently, while a landlord cannot deny one additional direct family member moving in who is not on the lease, as long as they are notified, there are no protections for that family member if years down the road the original tenant is gone. So if you have, say, a parent and their child is disabled, and so they've been living at that apartment with their parent, the parent is on the lease, what happens if that parent passes? Then the child is thrown out. So I think that's something that we may want to look at.
Councilmember Erickson, do you have recommendations too?
Yeah, I believe, and I think this might have been hit, but there is an age verification aspect with what you were talking about, Councilmember Meister. I know some cases, and I don't know how we police this, but people have been moving in their 17-year-old or other individuals. So how do we make sure the person is actually able to have the apartment? So I think like some sort of a future recommendation for age verification, because we're seeing landlords move in their children or almost 18-year-old children and not having to require that verification. So
I think she was talking about tenants and how can they be protected? You're talking about owner occupancy eviction.
Yeah.
Great. I will volunteer to join the subcommittee. You as well?
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Heilman's also volunteering.
Make
We are
that-
great
make
at the
that a
subcommittee
motion.
work. And of the mindset that we will do whatever we can to give our schedules and make sure that we're not the problem in moving as aggressively as we can, with the understanding that this will take time to do the evaluation of all these different items. Councilmember Meister.
if you find that you're too busy to do that, I was going to volunteer.
Oh, yeah. All right.
So
Okay,
it's
we'll
up
give
to.
it a real look. Thank you. Councilmember Heng?
Thank you, Mayor. I think I was going to piggyback off of what Councilmember Meister said. Commissioner Bass had actually brought the issue with me regarding the rent reduction fees and how that should be revisited. But if they're already working on it,
Oh,
then
great.
yeah, thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, great. Okay, so are there any other recommendations for the scope of work that this subcommittee will take on? Sounds like none. Okay.
And I'm sure we'll get some input from the public, but
Sounds like it.
I think we've identified the topics that we've talked about previously.
And you have 3 willing participants of a subcommittee, which is rare. So we'll make the most of that. Thank you. So are you? Yeah, happy to do it next year. So we have myself and Vice Mayor Heilman for the subcommittee and the direction to staff, and an exciting scope of work ahead. Oh, it was on and off.
Yeah. And noting the yes vote of Councilmember Meister.
Thank you.
The touch screens are touchy tonight.
Touchy tonight. All right, we're on item F3. Thank you very much. F3, evaluation of a residential construction minimum wage.
Sorry, do you want
I
to go?
see one member. Oh, yeah. I see a member of the public, Joseph, is it Fuchs? Fuchs, signed up to speak. Please join us.
Joseph Fuchs here. I'm a representative of the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. You received a comment letter from us on the 16th. I'm just here to, just wanted to highlight a couple of things on that comment letter that
Can you
I've been
pull the
reviewing.
mic up a little bit, please?
Sure, no
Thank you.
problem. I'd like to touch on a couple of the items on the comment letter that we did send you. And first off, we represent over 45,000 hardworking tradespeople here in California, and we really express our support for the initiative to evaluate establishing a residential construction minimum wage, similar to the proposal under the consideration for the city of Los Angeles. Just want to touch on something real quick. I've been in this industry for 38 years now. I started in 1987, and the residential wage hasn't changed much in over 38 years. And I'm not, it's almost the same. What we made back then, the same people are making now. And it's incredible that even people are able to survive. I mean, the average median cost of a construction worker in the residential trade is like $35,000 a year. They're living in poverty. They're considered, in some areas, they qualify for some of the very lowest income in the construction industry. So, meanwhile, in Colorado, they're doing about maybe 25% higher than we are over there in the state of Colorado. And, so just want to say that we applaud the city of West Los Angeles for considering this initiative and for the continued leadership in advancing fair labor standards and real workers' protections. Your commitment to ensuring that those who build our communities can also afford to live in them sets a powerful example for the cities across California. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councilmember Erickson, hand it back to you to introduce.
Yeah, I believe my colleague did. Oh, that was the last one. I apologize. The native plants one that my Councilmember Meister had questions on. Yeah, so this is something that I've been looking at for a little bit. City of LA got ahead of us, but something that, like the public commenter said, really addressing what this minimum wage standard would look like and making sure that we're working with our partners at the City of Los Angeles as well. I know that they, ideally, hopefully, if this is passed, we want to make sure we're working. It was unanimously passed at the City of Los Angeles also. But what is happening in LA needs to be tailored also to West Hollywood or other contract cities. And so we are a different one in that way. So I want to make sure that we're looking at this holistically now to get ahead of it, because I know this is some of the serious work that we need to address to make sure that not only wage requirements are increased, but also we're protecting those who will be preyed upon by people who do not want to pay people these prevailing wages, and we don't want to see that continuing to happen. So this is a study to come back to us, working with staff and making sure staff then can reach out to Los Angeles and work in coalition, and coming back to us and looking at what this feasibility and analysis would look like. That's all I have for the item right now.
Thank you. I'll add, as a co-sponsor of the item, I read this less as a formal study, like going out to process, coming back with an analysis, that sort of thing, but really a study of what the city of Los Angeles is undergoing and undertaking, just to be very specific, and a partnership with them as they move through this process. They initiated this work, and I think it's right that we follow suit, especially with the idea that we are catalyzing development at a new scale across the region. I think it makes sense to ensure that we are protecting our workers. Especially this scale of development is often ripe for exploitation because it is happening in the private sector. So I think it is really important that we make sure that we are doing our part as a city to ensure those labor protections are in place to whatever extent we're able to manage that. Thank you.
Yep.
Great. Any questions from the council? Vice Mayor Heilman, we'll go to you first. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, the idea of protecting against exploitation, I think we all support that, but there are other processes in place to address that. Raising wages doesn't necessarily ensure that employers are not going to try to exploit workers or not pay them. The other thing that I found surprising in the agenda item, that there was no reference that this study would look at how this would affect housing and housing prices. When we previously discussed our inclusionary ordinance, there was a lot of hullabaloo about, oh my God, these inclusionary requirements are going to drive up the cost of housing and we need to eliminate them. Now we're not going to talk about that. That seems to be a very key issue here that needs to be analyzed. And I really don't want to partner that much with the city of LA, simply because I don't know that their policies on housing are, are consistent with our views about housing and the importance of affordable housing. So I have a lot of concerns about this, based on the lack of any discussion about the impact of housing costs in the item itself.
Okay. Councilmember Hing, and then Councilmember Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. I certainly do appreciate the spirit of both of my colleagues' item tonight. Tonight's vote is to authorize a study, and I want to ensure that the study evaluates a full range of options, including multiple wage levels, beyond the one that's being proposed by my colleagues, and beyond possible alignment with the City of LA and possibly County of LA regarding on a regional minimum wage, as well as the option of maintaining the status quo if needed. Now, while LA is exploring a particular construction minimum wage, what works for LA may not work for West Hollywood, may not be the best. That's exactly why this analysis is needed. I hope the report comes back. I hope that when the report comes back, it provides a thorough comparison of all alternatives, including a construction worker minimum wage at various rates, so that way the council of the day can make the most informed decision, whether aligning with the City of LA or the County of LA on a regional minimum wage might make sense in the unique circumstance of the construction industry, and also addressing improved enforcement of our existing wage and hour laws, and a clear assessment of the broader impacts on our community and the cost of living. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meister.
Yeah, I appreciate the item. What I couldn't help but think about was, is this going to cause builders to hire workers under the table because of increasing the cost of building, or is it going to, in general, as Vice Mayor said, increase the cost of building housing, which Obviously, we would want to try to do things that we have control over, that to not increase the cost of building housing. So I just have concerns of whether or not this is a good thing to do right now.
I really appreciate Vice Mayor's concerns about how this will affect the development of housing. I think very much support that. I want to see more housing development catalyzed across the region. It was one of my first go-tos was to the number of housing policy organizations to ask for their take on this, how they're wrestling with these concepts. I think generally there's a sense that workers should be paid a livable wage and that wage hasn't increased to the level that it should have over the years. So there's a recognition that needs to occur. It does make more precarious the financing of these housing projects, which I think is why we're working on the city side to clear blocks and move things forward faster and find our own ways to assert that by building bigger scaled projects when possible. This is really addressing sort of more of a middle housing space that I think is otherwise not touched. And in terms of the now question, this isn't adopting any specific recommendation. I agree with Councilmember Hang's ask that there's sort of a scale approach in how this comes back. And I think it is important that we look to the biggest city in the region and what they're doing to manage the workers balance, the housing balance, and the overall economics of the region. And this is a necessary step for us. It's not happening anytime soon, nor should it, based on staff's workloads as indicated in the staff report. But it does feel important that we throw our hat into the ring, indicate that this is something that we're going to be paying attention to and will take action on as the information becomes available to council. Councilmember Erickson.
Took the words right out of my mouth, Mayor. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion. Oh, sorry,
Vice Mayor
Heilman.
Heilman, I'll let you respond.
Well, I mean, in this, the study, I appreciate your comments, Mayor. If the city of LA does raise the minimum wage for construction workers, it's likely going to impact everyone in the county because the workers are going to essentially say, we're only going to work in LA if the people building in West Hollywood or Beverly Hills don't raise the wages as well. So, I'm always reluctant to impact the marketplace in terms of wages or costs because we don't have full control in a small city like ours. If the study is really going to be along the lines that Councilmember Hang expressed, where all of the options, including retaining the status quo, is evaluated and considered, and if we're actually considering the impact on housing costs, then I'm okay with directing staff to conduct this kind of study.
Terrific. Okay.
Okay.
Sounds like there's agreement.
Yeah, and I think I think we all share questions and issues. I actually went back and watched what the city of LA was doing, and Vice Mayor Heilman, I do share your concerns with what's good for the city of LA is definitely not good for other communities. And I don't want to hinder housing, and I think we're trying to get ahead of those things and what this would come about. And so I think having this data now with us as soon as possible, and I want to thank the mayor for her proactive work with the housing organizations and different groups, because I too kind of reached out to them and tried to figure out where this was at. And so really further understanding where this data will help us in the long run is critical, and making sure staff then not partnering or signing any type of an agreement with the city of LA, but that they have a resource if available should we ever have any questions as well. It can help. So I'll go ahead and make the motion. Yeah.
All right, one at a time. Councilmember Hang, there it is, all right.
Yay.
Perfect, okay, thank you. We are on our final item for tonight.
Thanks for waiting.
F4, explore the development of a native plant landscape program. I think this is between Councilmember Meister and Erickson. Oh, you have comments too? Okay, great.
Yeah.
Well, maybe Councilmember Erickson, do you want to introduce the item then? You don't know
Yeah.
that? Okay,
Sure,
you're good?
yeah.
Okay, great.
He doesn't need to read his report.
Great.
So I read through this and I understand the intention, which I agree that we want to promote native plant landscape, especially among our public spaces. But I don't think that we need to develop a program. We already have a program. It's the Urban Forest Management Plan, which all of our public spaces and parks are under. And in that plan, we list climate-appropriate trees. So I think the Urban Forest Management Plan is a living document. I think what we do is just ask staff to expand the plan to include an accompanying, a plant list, a shrub list that is native plant landscape that's included in our own urban forest management plan, and also understanding that most of our land is private property, that, creating, by having something done in our urban forest management plan, then we can maybe create something that we can make available to private property owners, to follow when they're filling out a permit or whatever for new development. But I don't think it's necessary to actually add another item on staff's already obviously full dance card. When we can just, with this item, we could just direct our facilities division to just expand the urban forest management plan to include plants and shrubs.
I'm happy to amend the item to include that direction and move forward. I was struggling with trying to figure out what was the best way to go about this, so I appreciate what Councilmember Meister brought.
No, the intention was good.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Heilman?
Yeah, and I agree, the intention is good here. We already have a municipal code that has a requirement for drought-tolerant landscaping, and it seems to me that we could simply add to that whenever possible, landscaping should prioritize native plants, something along those lines. So again, I'm supportive of the item, but I agree with my colleague that it doesn't have to be a big program. It could just be some very simple amendments to our existing ordinances and our existing policies.
Happy to give that as general direction and make that a motion if that.
Yeah,
If
and I think more than anything else, our development community likes lists.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's what we need to do, is create a list.
I love a list. David?
And that's-
So I think this discussion is great, and it's consistent with the priorities item that we just brought forward. So I just want to clarify that. So this will be approved, but it will not be a standalone council-initiated item. It'll be incorporated into the existing work plan, and we will not be reporting back separately at any time.
It's so great to hear that as soon as the motion is being made too. So thank you very much for that.
Great. I'll go ahead and give that as the motion with that general direction. Madam City Clerk, I did not write down all that stuff, but I think you got it.
I wrote it down.
Okay, good.
Yeah, so it will be expanding the list
why we
of
love
the
you.
city's urban forest management plan and potentially modifying our municipal code to include the list. And with that, just as your touch screens are being weird, my mouse is being weird.
I just hit it.
It's taking a minute. And the motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
It's cold, that's why.
That's it, shivering.
I love it.
We are at excluded consent. I do not believe we have any items. So we'll go to our final public comment. Do we have anybody signed up to speak?
No, we do not.
All righty. We will move to council member comments and meeting attendance reports. I'll just start to my right. Oh, maybe he's not ready yet. Can I start to my left, Councilmember Meister? Is that okay? Start with you. Councilmember comments, meeting attendance.
Sure. Okay. Attendance, attended the WeHo Chamber Creative Business Awards Veterans Day event, Plummer Park Ad Hoc Subcommittee meeting, and the AIDS Monument grand opening, which was very exciting to see that come to fruition. On consent calendar, I did have a couple of comments. On E3, on the update on major development projects, I think something that would be helpful, I think, for council is to also see the information grouped by developer, because we have developers asking for development agreements, and yet they've had other projects that have received entitlements, and they have let those entitlements go. Our development agreements are discretionary, and so I think we need to look at performance before we move forward with new DA negotiations. I think past performance should be something that council considers. And on, I think there was one other, F1, the update on the status of council initiatives to reform housing approval, blah, 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 blah. On recommendation 9, it talks about monitoring streamline efforts, but I would say that we don't only monitor them, but we also make sure that we look at results. And I think that's really important that we do that. And announcements, well, I think that our city manager already talked about West Hollywood Day. I wanted to also mention that there are 2 upcoming possibilities workshops. One on Tuesday, November 18th from 3 to 6 at Plummer Park Vista Lawn, assuming it's not raining. And one on Wednesday, November 19th from 5 to 8 p.m. at Plummer Park Great Hall Long Hall. This is a conversation about the future of Plummer Park. You don't have to go to both of them. You only need to go to one. And I know that our facilities division and UDAS would appreciate the public's feedback on what they would like Plummer Park to look like in the future. And I think that's pretty much it for me. I do want to say that I will be out of commission for a few days having eye surgery, so if you don't get an email back from me, that's why. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Meister, best wishes with the surgery, and if you need anything from us, we're all here for you. I also wanted to mention a few events that I attended. I also attended the Chamber Creative Business Awards. I attended the Veterans Day event. I attended the AIDS Monument, and I want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Hang, for adjourning in memory of all those who we've lost to HIV and AIDS. I also attended the Swedish American Chamber of Commerce and got to speak to a number of business leaders who are looking at bringing businesses to Southern California, and we'll be following up with them about potential opportunities in the city of West Hollywood. I do want to announce an event that will be here upstairs on Thursday. It's author talk. It's a German Jew's triumph. It's the story of somebody who served in the German military during World War I, became a lawyer, and then had to flee Germany because of the Nazi laws prohibiting Jews from practicing law. He eventually came to the United States with his family. He was able to escape. He joined the US military, then served in the US military as part of freeing Europe. He went with Eisenhower to Germany, and eventually was in charge of getting rid of all of the Nazi-era laws in Germany. So a very fascinating story. That'll be 7 o'clock on Thursday night here. And then finally, I want to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving, and we'll see you in December.
Thank you. Councilmember Erickson?
Yes, thank you so much. In terms of Well, first I want to start with an apology. I did not mean to offend my two colleagues on the left-hand side, and if that came off poorly, left-hand side over here, but I want to just take accountability. I did not mean to say that, but I want to say it on the record, because I don't mean that in that way. So I want to apologize first and foremost. So I deeply respect all that you do. And best wishes, Councilmember Meister, when I had my eye thing a year ago, you were so supportive, and so I understand. But you get to wear really cool glasses right now that take photos. So there you go. So you're just a cool chick. So thank you. In terms of meetings, I attended the Contract Cities Executive Board meeting, the CPA Board of Directors meeting, the Creative City Business Awards, where the Love of Clowns by the Chamber of Commerce was on full display, and they were terrifying. The pre-opening of the AIDS Monument that I was able to pop over and see. The Veterans Day event, thank you again to Andy Harland and all the individuals that came and were in attendance for your service. It was really well done, and thank you to staff for putting that on every year. It's always well done. I was able to speak at the LA Co-Motion panel and popped on to a WeHo Reads event. Thanks, Mike, for a really fun time. I also stopped by the social services provider open house, and it was so full of love and life, and it was just really wonderful to see everyone so active there. And thank you to the social services and human services staff for all of the hard work. They even let me in their photo, which I thought was pretty cool, because I could be part of the Cool Kids Club. I also attended the Garris Fashion Show at the PDC. That was one of the best fashion shows I've seen in a long time, and just so everyone is aware, for their fundraising pitch, they had an inflatable President of the United States come out, and anytime someone gave money, they had inflatable hammers, and you got to beat the current president, and it was the most interesting fundraising pitch I've probably ever seen in my entire life, but they made a point, so there you go. I also attended the Plummer Park Subcommittee meeting with my colleague, Councilmember Meister, and then I too was at the AIDS Monument grand opening yesterday, and it was perfect. It was just absolutely perfect, even with the rain. Something about the rain made it even more better. I don't know what that was, though. And I'm glad it's still on and the lights are working. So there we go. Thank you, Helen. Thumbs up. Additionally, I want to thank my colleagues for their support on the several items I've had on the agenda tonight. Additionally, I also want to give another shout out to Helen for putting up the permanent bollards at Curson and Hayworth. Yep, there we go. That are no longer temporary cones. Some minor improvements that have been really helpful. I'm happy to report that they're all still up, which makes me happy. But I really want to thank them for doing that. I've actually been talking to a number of my neighbors on the streets, and they've really said it's helped because they're not just cones. Something about cones to a bollard make people not want to run them over, which is nice, but we're going to continue to see it. So I want to thank that. And additionally, happy Thanksgiving, early Thanksgiving. May your tryptophan be plentiful.
Thank you. Councilmember Hing.
Thank you, Mayor. As far as my meetings and attendance are concerned, I attended the WeHo Chamber Creative Business Awards. Congratulations to all of the nominees and all of the winners. I attended the West Hollywood Veterans Day commemoration. I attended the LGBTQ+ Commission meeting this week. My partner and I did a recording for StoryCorps, and I want to thank the city for bringing StoryCorps in. I attended the November Fest Drag Bingo event with our mayor and councilmember Erickson. I attended the Trans Latina Garris Fashion Show. It was a great show. And I also attended the unveiling of Stories, the AIDS Monument. It was a very momentous and proud occasion for me to attend to witness. And I want to thank all council members, past and present, for their involvement. Councilmember Duran, Councilmember Abby Land, former Councilmember Seppi Shine, former Councilmember Steve Martin, and all my colleagues sitting up here on this dais. The city worked really hard together with the board to get the monument together. And as Erwin said, it finally happened. So thank you to everyone involved, and I continue to encourage our community members to go visit the AIDS Monument. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I forgot one really important announcement. Go for it. I just want to also wish my dear colleague, Danny Hang, a very happy belated birthday. His birthday was yesterday. And happy birthday, Danny. And there's cake, so eat it.
Well, now I stand between everyone and cake. My meeting attendance report, I attended the Clean Power Alliance Energy Committee meeting, RFO meeting this morning, the Metro Service Council meeting, I served on an affordable housing and homelessness solutions panel for the LGBTQ board of the California League of Cities. Very glad they put that on. And will be attending the National League of Cities for the rest of this week. I also made a visit to our wonderful preschool Pathways at West Hollywood's Plummer Park, and we'll be following up with staff on some maintenance-related concerns that they showed me firsthand. I want to invite everyone out to join us this Friday evening at 6 p.m. back here in Council Chambers is Trans Day of Remembrance, a very important event to mark, especially in a year where the trans community is viciously under attack. This is an important night where we can show our support, and I want to just indicate Councilmember Meister already said that she will be out the rest of this week and has already indicated she won't be able to be there, but I just wanted to note that we appreciate your heads up on that. As I'm putting everyone to task to show up and be there. I want to also thank staff for their vision in bringing StoryCorps to the city, and the council, of course, for supporting that. It's been really great to just see that little sweet trailer in that parking lot, but more importantly, knowing the stories that are being captured there, and all that archive will be for the city to come is really exciting to think about. I want to also just uplift the Sunset Priority bus lane discussion that took place last week. It was very eye-opening to me. I think I had a very different conception of what that project would look like, so would really encourage members of the public who have concerns, especially related to transportation between Sunset, Fountain, with the forthcoming project to come. The Sunset Priority bus lane is a much lower lift project. It's truly paint and signs to expedite a bus lane during rush hour traffic, and it gave me great relief to know that there won't be a cumbersome construction project happening just north of our city at any same time. I want to thank everyone for a very meaningful Veterans Day ceremony, especially Andy Harlan for his help corralling, but also Major Veronica Zerrer, the trans individual in the military who we recognize as part of our theme of uplifting and supporting trans individuals in the military. And then finally, well, of course, the AIDS Monument. Just so overwhelmed and remarkably special evening hearing the stories, knowing what that monument will continue to be for future generations to come, and just so grateful to everyone who had a hand in so much of that. But I want to finally just raise to staff and ask for support. I've heard word that Metro may be cutting some of their street activation programming, and there is an important committee meeting this week, so I have some more information to share, but I want to make sure that our request for Metro support for programming in 2026 with the Ciclavia event and 2028 for the Pride House are both supported, and would request staff support on a letter from this council to Metro in order to uplift our fervent support for those projects and making sure we get our resources that we're asking for there. And then finally, just thank you all. Wishing you all a very happy Thanksgiving, a day full of gratitude ahead, and looking forward to seeing everyone back here in December. Thank you very much. No, he's also not going to be there Friday, so I appreciate the heads up. Make sure everybody's acknowledged. This meeting is now adjourned. We'll be back here Monday, December 1st, 6 p.m. Thank you very much.
And showcasing the city's summer recreation programs for tots, children, youth, teens, adults, and older adults. It's a great opportunity for the public to explore what's being offered and